Hello, everyone. My name is Alec McCutcheon, and I thank you for joining us on day 2 of our conference, Knowledge Management Reborn. After a successful day 1, we welcome you again today on behalf of Team Unicom. Thanks firstly to the generous sponsorships from eGain, Semantic Web Company Pool Party, and Pure Insights. We're able to bring you this conference. Thank you also to all our speakers who are taking time out and sharing their knowledge and experience with us over these 2 days. As my colleague Pale mentioned yesterday, we're really excited about this conference because we've come back to one of our favourite topic areas, knowledge management, after almost 20 years. We've gathered some stalwart names and globally renowned practitioners from really all around the world, and they'll be sharing their ideas and experiences with you to make these 2 days really worthwhile. Just for everyone's benefit, I'll quickly go through a few of the important points again. We invite and encourage you to put your questions and ideas to the speakers during the Q&A sessions and also during the panels to make the day really interactive. Alongside the conference, there's an exhibition. You can meet technology and solution providers there. And my colleague's going to explain in a few moments how to access the booths and to meet the other participants there. Also, although this is a virtual online event, you can still meet the other delegates. This is in the lounge area, also in the exhibition booths. And I hope you strike up some good conversations and make some good contacts during the day. Please also continue the discussion on social media. We're very active on Twitter. Our Twitter handle is at Unicom Seminars, and the hashtags are shared in the event guide and on the event website. If you go to unicom.co.uk and look for the site, you'll see this event on there very prominently. Finally, we'd really appreciate it if you can complete the feedback form and let us know what you think about the event. We really would appreciate this because it helps us to shape future conferences. I will now hand over to my colleagues who are going to carry on the proceedings for the day. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello and welcome to the conference. Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to give you a short demo of how to join the different booths at the conference for both days. To the left of your screen, you will see an icon for booths. Once you click on it, you will see the booths of the various sponsors, partners, exhibitors, and organizers for the conference. You can choose to visit any booth of your interest. In order to do that, please click on the option Enter. Once you click on it, you will be directed to this page. To enter the booth, you will need to click on Join Wait Room option. You are now in the waiting room. The booth representative will send you an invite to join the meeting room, which will appear on your screen like this. To join the meeting room, please click on Accept. You are now in the meeting room, where you can have one-on-one conversation with sponsor representatives or booth representatives. Thank you.
We at eGain are a digital customer engagement platform. Our solution covers and connects through a full range of digital touchpoints, providing solutions through AI, automation, and knowledge. Then, we optimize it with our analytics and machine learning capabilities. The trends that we see in the market, that you may be seeing as well, are mostly around messaging, virtual assistants, IVR digitalization, knowledge desktops that solve customer queries easily, and finally, analytics for journey and learning. We're rated highly by both our customers as well as analysts. Come try our solution for 30 days, 2 weeks of setup for one of your use cases that we will do for you in our cloud. Then, you can operate the solution for 2 weeks and see it for yourself. At the end, you can decide whether you want to continue or quit. No charge, no catch. That's our offer. Come test us out. We're really excited to meet you. Look for the eGain booth at the show.
Whether you work in the medical field, in financial services, or, well, even if you're planning to build your very own solar plant in the desert somewhere, you'll need data. Lots of it. And once you have it, you need to make sense of it. Until now, that only worked with structured data. You had to collect it from different distributed and not connected databases and put things together piece by piece. That was already a lot of work. But with text-based documents, so-called unstructured data, this task was of even lower precision and so much more complicated. And the ultimate goal, connecting structured and unstructured data, wasn't even possible until now. To fix this, we at Semantic Web Company came up with a solution: Pool Party, a world-class semantic technology suite that automatically enriches your information with valuable metadata and links to your business as well as content assets. What does that mean exactly? Well, let's say you're looking for the best location to build a solar plant. You'll be collecting weather data, information on a country's red tape, political situation, economic factors. How on earth are you supposed to make a valid decision based on all that data? Well, easy. The first step in Pool Party is to build your own taxonomy and knowledge graph, specific to your topic. After that, Pool Party connects with your existing system landscape, recognizes and harmonizes the meaning of your digital assets, matches them to the knowledge graph, and then the magic happens. Pool Party tags your data with valuable metadata in order to give you a better understanding of the information you're dealing with. So, that's what happens in the backend. But how do we make all of that user-friendly? Well, Pool Party provides you with handy applications such as analytical dashboards, special topic pages, or semantic search portals. That way, during your research, you already begin to understand connections and trends concerning your topic. On top of that, you can easily visualize and present the information in the form of reports. Sounds intimidating? No need to worry. Pool Party is super user-friendly. That's why its applications can be used by beginners after only a half-day training. Also, it is easily customizable in order to integrate with your existing system landscape. And thanks to our modular pricing model, the use of semantic technologies is no longer limited to large enterprises. Any more questions? Reach out to us and get your personal test account at poolparty.biz/demo.
Hi, my name's Cameron Khan, and I'm the President and CEO of Pure Insights Technology. Here at Pure Insights, we help our customers make enterprise search work just like Google does on the internet. In order to do that, we use the same AI technologies that Google uses. Search, of course, machine learning, and knowledge graphs. Now, we have 3 pillars of our business that help us implement our customers' goals. The first is the search consulting practice, which is based on decades of experience that we have. The second is Pure Insights Discovery Platform, which helps us accelerate these implementations. And finally, we have a managed service that we call SearchOps that takes away the headache of managing a search solution on an ongoing basis. So we look forward to seeing you at KM Reborn to continue this conversation.
Welcome back, everybody, to our second day. We again have an excellent speakers and excellent topics that we are going to cover. And we will start with Stephanie. But before I hand it over to Stephanie, I have an announcement to make. You had been given our feedback forms for the conference, and they were sent to you in your joining instructions. We're trying to put them up on the website too, but we will be really very grateful if you could spare us the time and fill up the form. For yesterday's too, I'm sorry, I had forgotten to remind you. But let's do it today. And without further ado, let me hand you over to Stephanie, who is going to talk about creativity in KM. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jira. Let me share my screen. Okay. Thank you. So yes, I'm here to talk about radical knowledge management and creativity and how that's the missing piece of the KM puzzle. As Jira said, my name is Stephanie Barnes. I'm a knowledge management consultant. I've been working in knowledge management for 23 years this year, 24, I don't know, since 1999, however long that is. I started out at Hewlett Packard and have been self-employed as a knowledge management consultant since 2003. So, and I'm Canadian, but I live in Berlin, Germany. So just to get started, hopefully everyone's someplace relatively quiet. No one's driving or doing anything like that. If you're driving or out walking around, you can just listen to this and not actually do it. But for the rest of us, hopefully, which is most of us, sitting in our home offices or in our actual offices, we're going to start with a guided visualization. So take a slow, deep breath and close your eyes. Picture in your mind's eye a small and delicate flower floating gently inside your skull, just behind the bone of your forehead. Notice the flower's color, its shape, the pattern of its petals. Let the flower drift slowly downward, gliding gently down your throat into your rib cage, drifting down and down between your lungs, downward, gently downward, coming to rest in the lowest place in your abdomen, the place where your breath reaches when you breathe fully and deeply. A quiet touch of color deep in the darkness of your abdomen. Hold the flower there. Hold it. Hold it. Now let it go. Let the flower vanish. But stay focused on the place where it was, deep down in the dark center of you. Focus on the darkness. Now, when you're ready, and only when you're ready, open your eyes and come back into our virtual room. Thank you. Now, if I was doing this in a different setting, I would ask for some comments, and certainly you can write in the comments on the platform if you want to share anything reflecting wise what your experience was. Often people find that guided visualization just calming and centering. I've found it's a great way to start off, whether it's just a regular status update kind of meeting or a session like this, especially when we're jumping from Zoom meeting to Zoom meeting and not really getting a lot of chance to pause. that it's nice to kick things off and start things off just with a moment to reflect and to focus. It makes the interactions in the sessions, whatever the purpose of the session is, much calmer, much more focused on whatever the topic is. So thank you for participating in that. The world has changed. We all know how much the world has changed, especially in the last couple of years. But most certainly in the 20 or more years since I started in knowledge management. When I started in KM, it was about the technology, about repositories, and figuring out how to find stuff, and that's still there certainly. What's changed though in 2020 and beyond is the pace of change, the volatility, the uncertainty, the complexity, and the ambiguity that we're faced with. I think about the early days of the pandemic, a couple of years ago, and the mask regulations and who could be in the office changed, seemed to change daily. Well, maybe not the office part, because we were not in our offices for weeks on end, at least not in Germany. So, but it's just keeping up with what the changes were and what was allowed and what was not allowed has been a challenge, certainly through the last couple of years. But the technology is changing too. I hear a lot about AI, and in fact, a lot of people have found my first Radical KM paper because it was published in the Journal of AI, Frontiers in AI. And so people have come across this paper in the AI journal and reached out to talk to me about the ideas that I'm going to share a little bit of with you today. So people are really keen on the technology, and the technology is important. It's an enabler. And if you've been in KM at all, you know that technology is an enabler, but KM is more than just the technology. So, and that's the piece that I'm really going to talk about today. The other thing that has changed in the last 20 years is employees have changed. They want different things. They have different expectations. They have different education levels. They have a different understanding of what's important. They want to feel like they're making a contribution. And so our organizations need to meet them where they are. They want to be able to take more risks, and they want more autonomy and all of these things. And so we need to our organizations need to come out of our shells and adopt and be places that people want to work. So knowledge management needs to keep up with that. Not only just our organizations, but knowledge management needs to keep up with this change in the environment and the change in employees. And so it's now about people and process and technology the way that it always was, but it's also about dealing with VUCA, and that's volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, and how to help people in that situation. So it's not enough just to connect people to the databases and to other people anymore. It's how do we help them in this situation to create knowledge and to thrive and survive, not just survive in this environment. So when I started thinking about this, who can we learn from? Who might help us be flexible and adaptable and help us, be more, the word's gone out of my head. Help us to be more adaptable in this environment that we now find ourselves in. And a few years ago, I developed an artistic practice of my own. And so I thought about the things that I had learned in that, and the artists that I had met along that part of my journey. And one of the things that when I moved to Berlin, I met a whole bunch more of people that were working in the intersection of business and the arts, much more so than I ever met in Toronto. And so this is a model that comes from a book that a couple of the guys that I met once I moved to Berlin have written, that looks at exactly this. What can organizations learn from artists and help them move and adapt to the world that we live in now? And so there's a bunch of things. Artistic attitude and artistic practices, is the focus there, about enabling people and helping people relearn curiosity and passion, giving them some confidence and resilience and that ability to step back and look and reflect and playfully try different things, and yeah, be playful and curious about things and try things out and take some feedback and and iterate and do it all again. So it was about space to be analytical and creative. So we're not just sitting staring at spreadsheets and Word documents or Google Docs or whatever, form, wiki pages all day. You're actually making some space to be creative and reflective and playful in your knowledge creation and your knowledge sharing activities, and not just creating another entry in a database or another document to put in a repository. Creativity, after all, is what differentiates us from AI. Humans are never going to beat AI. We're just not. So what we should be doing is building up our creativity, because AI is not there and it's not going to be there anytime soon. Although I appreciate there's probably some people that would argue with me on that point, but it's not. And so again, this is what Radical KM is about, is helping people tap into and relearn that creativity, because the creativity is something that's been educated out of us. We have focused on being analytical and process oriented and rational so that we get good marks in school and we get the good job, and our creativity is educated out of us. But creativity really enables, and this was interesting when I made this link, sustainable behaviors. And I thought about the unsustainable position our organizations and our world is in, and I thought we have educated out the creativity, and this is why we're not making the decisions that we should be making. The decisions that consider the big picture, that see the whole system, that have a longer term orientation, that recognize the network and the understanding across cultures and all of these sustainable leadership behaviors are really built up and come out of having a creative practice and a creative mindset, a creative approach to things, and curiosity. And this is what Radical KM is. It's about people, process, and technology. It's about continuous learning and playfulness and creativity and sustainability, collaborating and working together to find solutions and coming up with things that dealing with finding solutions to untenable problems. So you're thinking, how do I incorporate creativity into my KM program? And so this is a little process flow that you can apply it to any knowledge management process that you like. Lessons learned, after action reviews, communities of practice, whatever you can think of. And so the question though is, are people involved in the process? Because if people are involved in the process, maybe there's an opportunity for creativity. If there's no people involved in the process, you can skip to the end. There's no creativity to be considered. Are relationships important? Okay, we've got people, so are relationships important? There's trust and respect important to the process? Do I need to trust that person that I'm sharing knowledge from or getting knowledge from? If the answer is yes, then okay, great. Let's go to the next step. Are participants, are they creating new knowledge? Or maybe they're not creating new knowledge, maybe they're learning and sharing knowledge. In both those cases, we can add some kind of creative activity. It depends on the time and the specifics of the situation. So it might be a short 5-minute activity. It might be a 3-minute guided visualization, like I just did to start the session off. Something that would tap into and create some space. A lot of times in sessions when I have an hour, we will do a little scribble drawing, and it's interesting. I've done these sessions just in webinars and had people, after doing a scribble drawing, tell me that they'd come up with a solution that they'd struggled with for 4 months, coming out of a 5-minute scribble drawing. So is really interesting. It doesn't have to be a big thing. There are certainly bigger interventions that we can implement. If you're doing a 2 or 3 day strategy retreat or visualization retreat, something that you're got a bit more time with, then we can look at some bigger interventions. Theater-based interventions, arts-based interventions, musical interventions, different things, depending on the time and what you feel inclined to do. And there's lots of things to be learned from those in those different situations. So after we've identified that, we can execute the activity, whatever we've decided, depending on the time and the specifics, and we're done. We've added creativity to our KM process, whatever that KM process was. So it's fairly easy and straightforward, and not as difficult as most people want to make it. And if your organization is risk adverse, and lots of organizations are, lots of people think I'm crazy when I start talking about this stuff, and how important it is, and why knowledge management should be leading the way, or at least one of the leaders leading this stuff. Start small. We don't need to make it big. We don't need to take a boil the ocean approach. Start small. Start with a guided meditation to kick your meetings off. Start with a scribble drawing to get people out of their heads and get them thinking differently. And start small, much like we often do with knowledge management anyway. Start small, start with a little pilot, start with the people that are interested and curious, and let it grow. Share the anecdotes, and just let it go. Set up a framework and help facilitate it and move it forward. Once you get some, implementing radical KM is about being playful and curious and iterative. So, find a way to do that. Go back to the roots of how humans learn, and adapt it to the culture of your organization. There are two main paths. The small little I call them icebreakers, and it's not necessarily that people don't know each other. It's just an icebreaker to start the meeting off, to get people out of break them out of the walls that they're in, and get them thinking differently. So there's those little things, but there's bigger, more structured approaches, bigger interventions. Creating a studio in the offices, and I've had a lot of conversations lately as people start moving back to the office about creating studios in the office to do this work, so that when people are actually in the office, they're doing things that are more difficult to be done, more difficult to do remotely or virtually. So why not, when they're in the office together, why not have them collaborating and generating ideas and playfully creating new ideas and brainstorming and things in this kind of environment, and rather than just sitting at a desk or sitting at a meeting table. Make the best use of that time together. Whatever you're doing, though, like all good KM activities, it requires patience and iteration and communication. Lots and lots of communication. I can never say enough about how much communication this takes. People require, stories and anecdotes. They want to understand this, especially when we start talking about the creativity stuff. There are people that will jump right in and start, and it's like they were waiting for someone to just say, yes, go ahead. And they pick it up and run with it. And there are others that hang back, in the corner and kind of, or in the virtual sort of corner and go, I don't think so. And that happens all the time too. Even, when I was at HP and starting out in KM, that was a problem. People were not interested. They wanted to stick with what they knew. So, but they all will come around eventually. So it's a matter of picking your battles and picking up the people that want to play and be curious and try it out and do something new. The icebreakers, like I have been saying, they're small acts of creativity in an organizational setting, in a virtual meeting setting. They just encourage people to be more creative on an individual or on a team basis. They're meant to just get people out of their comfort zones, get them thinking differently, disrupt the flow. You know, people are used to getting on, if we're talking about virtual meetings, they're used to getting on, you know, and looking at the agenda maybe, and just starting and powering through the agenda. And so introducing some one or two little creative interventions in the meeting just helps break up the flow, maybe get people thinking differently, making some different connections, and just giving some space. In the studio, as I mentioned a minute ago, it involves a much bigger intervention. It takes longer. You probably want to do something that's at least half a day in a studio rather than a few minutes, you know, half an hour, an hour. Those are possible too, but having a bigger block of time to be able to use the resources and things that are stocked in the space is good. Allows people more time to experiment and try things out and collaborate and learn from each other. And some good practices for such spaces is that it's certainly located in the office space, and giving it a name, providing some facilitators, and reminding people that it's not about artistic skills. We are not trying to create painters or artists here. It's about the process. Art and these different types of artistic-based interventions are a means to an end. They're about helping people make some different connections, reflect, and get out of their heads a bit, and, you know, have a more an embodied experience. And I'm good for time, so any questions? I'm going to go out of my slides here and stop sharing. And let's look at the questions.
There are some comments, Stephanie, if you go up that panel of Q&A, you will see there are comments, and of course.
For CAM to adapt the times and people's needs now. Not being dressed up as something else. This is why I love the concept of it's founded on core principles, but totally planted in the present for. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Janine. From your experience, what is the biggest barrier to organizations embracing creativity? For something we do so naturally as human beings, why does it feel like something we need to campaign for the right to do in organizations? I think we've got so caught up in we have to be efficient and effective. And if it's not directly related to our job, you know, as accountants, as product managers, as engineers, then we think that it doesn't belong at work. But engineering, product design, even accounting, there's creativity there. There's some knowledge creation there. There's some time for reflection. I know in the days, many moons ago, when I worked in accounting, as that's what I did at the very beginning of my career, you know, there were times I needed to sit back and look at the financial statements or the expense columns of expenses and think about and reflect on what I was seeing, reflect on the numbers, and take some space and go, what is my manager going to ask me for when I go to the board of directors or the finance committee? What are they going to be interested in? What do I need to prepare for them? And that takes, you know, you don't just automatically look at a column of numbers and go, they're going to ask me on this one and this one and this one, and that's what I need to be able to explain. You know, it takes some reflection, and that reflection is part of the process of financial analysis. That creativity in creating a new app or a new piece of code, that's creativity too, and taking some reflection, some time for reflection, and playing and doing things. This is why you see, you know, foosball tables at all the startups, you know, or other things when they were in the office, at least, is because they at least somehow recognize that this is part of the process. You can't just sit at the keyboard and code continuously for 8 hours. So, but we get caught up in KPIs and metrics and, having to an ROI. I don't know how many times I've had to answer the question about ROI lately. It seems to be on people's minds again with respect to KM, and there is a certainly a value to and an ROI with knowledge management, but it baffles me that people don't understand it. Like I say, I'm almost 25 years into working in knowledge management, and we're still getting the same questions that we got 25 years ago. And I think I've probably said enough on that question. Let me see what else is here. Oh, somebody's asking. Yes, Jasper. Yes, I will share. I have written actually 3 papers on this topic. The one is public, is open source or openly available. It's on the Frontiers in AI website. The other 2 are behind a paywall, but if you get in touch with me, and I just realized I forgot to give you my contact information, but if you get in touch with me, I can send you the other 2 that are behind a paywall. So yeah, I'll flash my contact information here again in a second when I go through the questions, after I'm done going through the questions. Or find me on LinkedIn too. It's my LinkedIn URL. It's Stephanie A. Barnes. It's the end of my LinkedIn URL, so you can find me there.
We can give it everyone your contact details, Stephanie.
Oh, okay.
If they get in touch with us.
Okay, great.
We'll do that too. We can do it too.
Great, thank you. Okay, can you describe a hypothetical interaction in a studio? Do people converge there with a specific problem? Yes. Okay. So there's actually a great case study that was written up a couple of years ago that was the Danish government, and the KM team was it was called KM and Innovation Team, and they set up a studio, and they were meant to facilitate, or the purpose was to facilitate between 2 of the big teams that needed to work together in the Danish government that didn't work together well. And these teams were meant to be implementing laws that had been passed in the legislature. And so the KM team was tasked with improving the collaboration. And so they set up this studio space and stocked it up with stuff. And then the KM team was all trained in studio facilitation methods, so that they could be in the space and facilitate these sessions. They often had their I'm going to call them workshop sessions in the studio, were a week long. They would come in with a specific problem that they were trying to solve, and they would use the materials, architectural materials, so foam core, board, and glue, and little people and things. But there's also paint and other things like that in the studio, all kinds of things. And they would the KM team facilitated them through a process of coming together to solve the problem using these materials. So they would make models of things and improve collaboration. And this studio ran for 2 years in the Danish government and was hugely successful. And they had great numbers, and people that had participated, said they wouldn't have solved the problems that they were trying to solve in any other way. They just solved them because of the facilitation and the use of the studio. And then what happens, as all good things, the organization reorged, and they moved buildings as well, and they lost the studio space, and they lost the KM team got disbanded in the reorg, and the whole thing just disappeared. And it's heartbreaking. I've seen the same thing happen to other KM programs. It's so disappointing and baffles me. And so, when people start talking to me about the numbers and ROI and thing, I'm like, it doesn't matter. The numbers are there for knowledge management. The numbers are there for creativity. I have a study that says an organization or organizations that have creative leadership have 6 times higher revenue growth than organizations that don't take a creative approach. So there are numbers there, and people dismiss them because it doesn't conform to what they think the story should be. The story should be that we shouldn't have fun, we shouldn't be creative, we should just be deadly serious all the time. And so when they get numbers that don't support that thesis, then they just dismiss the numbers. But yeah, anyway, so that was this studio example was from the Danish government. So yeah, anyway, hopefully I answered that question. Creativity today are a standard part of innovation management. What can KM techniques? Innovation's part of KM. I mean, innovation's knowledge creation, right? I think, and this is part of the problem. Knowledge management's got so focused on efficiency and effectiveness. We forgot that there are other purposes in sorry, I'm getting a lot of noise from someplace. We've forgotten that KM has different purposes, different, not just efficiency and effectiveness. That there is knowledge creation is part of it. If you read, or maybe some of you have read, certainly Knowledge Creating Company by Nonaka. Now his last name's gone. Takeuchi. They wrote a follow-up book in 2019 that starts to talk about arts-based interventions in organizations and taking this more holistic, sustainable approach. So if you haven't read the follow-up book, I can highly recommend it as a worthwhile read. But they're not different. They're connected. It's all part of the same thing. Attended Dave's workshop and alternative techniques that he uses and recommended to make sense and guide. Had a similar, wow. Oh, good. I'll have to go back and watch Dave's presentation when I get a chance. Interesting to hear that CAM was all about, yeah, it was, it still is for some organizations. When we started this journey recently. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes, people don't, I work with some startups sometimes in Berlin, and they're 2 or 3 or 5 years old or something, and they don't realize that CAM has been around for 25 years. I know Knowledge Creating Company was published in 95, so more than, I think, 95. And that's kind of often the marker for a lot of people when CAM started or got more notice, at least. So what gave you focus? Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. But it's a good question. Thank you for asking that, Kim. What gave me the confidence? I think my artistic practice, honestly. I had been self-employed doing KM for, I don't know, 8 years or so. When I was at a leadership workshop and we painted as part of the leadership workshop, and I was like, oh, this is fun. How can I do more of this, in my KM practice? Being self-employed, it's really hard to change directions, and because people know you for KM, and so, this is what people want me to do. And so I'm like, how do I do this? Because I think there's something here. And I just kept pulling on the thread and bringing it into my own workshops. So when I would do a strategy workshop or a requirements analysis workshop, or whatever the workshop was, I would do scribble drawings. I would do little artistic interventions just to get people out of their heads, shift the energy. And I noticed really, really quickly, like the first time I did it, the difference in the engagement in people. And they were hesitant, and I was nervous doing it the first time with a customer. And I thought, no, I'm just going to try this and see what happens. If it doesn't work, then, I won't ever do it again. But it did work. People weren't sure, but they gave it a shot and they enjoyed it. It really shifted the energy in the room. And then the second workshop I did the workshop the scribble drawings at the beginning and the end, because after 2.5 hours of going through processes and requirements and, all the strategic stuff, people were understandably tired. So I thought, let's just see what happens if I do this at the end too. And so I did the scribble drawings at the end, and it shifted people's energy again. They weren't dragging themselves out of the meeting room, that we'd been in for 3 hours or 2 hours or whatever. They were like, oh, hey, I'm ready to go back to my desk and face 300,000 emails that have piled up while I've been in this workshop for 2 hours. So it was really interesting to see the shift and the engagement in the answers and things that I got. So I just kept getting little, encouragement through that and finding little bits and pieces, as I could, as I researched and that connected PM through and creativity through innovation, and that there really was a place, in PM for these ideas. And then moving to Berlin from Toronto, I got connected to more people, and everything just kept encouraging me in pursuing this. And then the pandemic happened, and everything just kind of came all together in the pandemic. So I'm actually really grateful for the pandemic. It might seem weird to say, but it really brought the pieces together for me, and I started calling it Radical KM then, and it really made people ready to hear, because people were really recognizing that we needed to do things differently. The way that we had worked and have been working wasn't sustainable. We needed to do we needed to do things differently and take a different approach. So yeah, that and I'm stubborn. The other part of it. So could you please reshare the significance? Oh, my red nose. Yeah, I like my clown nose. I sneak it on and see if people are paying attention. I put it on in meetings. It's just to remind people to, that we can have some fun. I was struck, I heard someone else speak on creativity and knowledge management a couple of weeks ago, and he's talking about the 3 things to be successful with AM. And it was funny because it actually comes from a book I have. It comes from this book, The New Knowledge, which is actually in the New Edge in Knowledge Management, or New Edge in Knowledge, by Carla O'Dell and Cindy Hebert, was written about, I don't know, in 2011, I think. And I have forgotten that I had read this there, but this other presentation talked about 3 things for AM to be successful, and the 2 people pay attention to the first 2. They're things like aligning to business goals and objectives and having a strategy. The third one is AM has to be fun. Why didn't I know this? Why didn't I remember this? Because obviously I have the book, I've read the book, I've forgotten that point. And so the nose is just a reminder to have fun and to relax. And knowledge creation and making new connections comes easier when we have a little bit of fun. And we're on these Zooms. I know some of us are back in the office at least part of the time, but we can still have some fun. And so I put the nose on just to have a bit of fun and see who's paying attention. I do it when I'm a participant too, which is interesting. So not necessarily even only when I'm leading the meeting. That's significant. And it looks like I'm up at the end of the time. So I don't know. I think.
Yeah. Yes, we have just a minute to go, Stephanie. So there's just a comment from Robin about Lego, and I have put, there's a thank you from Eve, and
Okay.
I put your email details there.
Great. Oh, yes. Sorry, I missed the Lego Series Play thing. Yes, Lego Series Play is definitely a good thing. I like stuff that's more open-ended than that. That Lego stuff seems to be really directed, and so I like the art space stuff that's a bit more open and fluid. But Lego, I do like Lego, the Lego Series Play stuff. And thank you. Oh, thanks, Nonaka. Yes, thank you. Oh, good. The link for the book. If anybody wants, I forgot to share my contact information, and there's a short book list on the end of my slides. So I don't know, can we share the slides with people, or you can get in touch with me? Certainly, I can give you the slides.
Oh, we will be sending a recording, so the slides will be there.
Okay, great.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. That was a really inspiring session. So you are going to be there at the panel.
Yes, I will.
So there will be lots of questions there also, I'm sure.
Great.
Okay, thank you. And let's go to our next presentation. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Hi, everybody. To Graham's Q&A session. Graham is here, so he will take your questions, and the ones that were put in the recorded version will be put up here. So, Graham, you're all right to see the Q&A? There is one there already to start with.
Okay, do I click on the Q&A?
You click on Q&A.
All right, okay.
Which is on the right-hand side, and then you see the questions there.
Okay, so the question is, searching in Google's results in millions of hits, and people browse through the first 10 to 30, and we're happy. Within a company, however, there's usually one single document that has to be found to make a decision. This is a completely different matter. How do you deal with this? Yeah, okay. Well, no, that's a really good question, and that comes down to search accuracy, really. This is a problem we've been grappling with for many years, and of course the problem gets worse the more data that you index, the way to combat it is to use a process called engine scoring, really. And what we do here is we analyze the search logs, okay, and the click-through data, the resulting actions from the users, and we use this to generate an engine score, which is just an arbitrary number, really. And then we go through a process of trying to improve the search accuracy. And there's lots of ways you can do that, of course, tweaking the algorithms, changing the metadata, adding more metadata. There's 101 ways of improving search quality. And then you rerun the engine scoring process, generate a new score. If the score goes up, which hopefully it will, then you implement those changes. So it's the thing about search is it's never finished, okay? And it's a kind of living, breathing thing. And so the way you have to stay on top of it, and the way to do that is through search engine scoring and a continuous search improvement process. Okay, those two things go together, and that's what we recommend to all of our clients who really have this very problem that you talk about here. And it's all about surfacing the most accurate information, and you stay on top of it through that process, really. search engine scoring and continuous search quality improvement. And we can send you a white paper about that if you're interested. Okay, next question. What are some of the best practices for taxonomy maintenance and keyword management? Yeah, I mean, again, I would say it's a similar topic, really. It's you know, maintaining a taxonomy is incredibly important because that will have a bearing. That's one of the inputs into improving search quality, and what you have to do is remove the subjectivity from it, and that's what this engine scoring process is about. It measures the quality scientifically based on real user interaction over a period of time. And yes, you're right. You know, staying on top of the taxonomy is another really important process that forms part of the continuous engine quality improvements process. Another question, more a comment. Thanks very much for this. It's the sort of thing that makes me believe that maybe knowledge management can be reborn. You know, that's funny you should say that, because we've been involved in search for, 25 years now, and lots of the projects we've been involved in have been knowledge management driven projects, and with lots of big corporations around the world. That was the initiative behind it, and one of the starting points was bringing in a search platform, and we'd be involved in doing that. But it is incredibly hard, and that's one of the reasons we developed this engine scoring process, and why we're so excited about these new AI enhancements, because it's a way of really improving search quality, which sits at the heart of search, really. And we've had a lot of situations in the past where projects haven't gone well, knowledge management projects haven't gone well, simply because the search quality was not good enough. Companies couldn't get the level that they wanted. They could when it was in a pilot phase, and then as soon as you get into production and you're piling millions of documents into the system, then the quality will drop, but through a combination of engine scoring, search quality improvements, and I think these new AI technologies, BERT and knowledge graphs, I think there's really a way of getting ahead of the curve now that we just couldn't do this, 10, 20 years ago, even 5 years ago. So, no, I agree with you completely here. And that's why we were so keen to come and talk to you at this event this week.
Okay, that's just an appreciation. He says, great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think we are coming up to your tool showcase. No, sorry, we still have phone. Yeah, we are on time for 4:15. Okay, there's one last question here. You wanted to.
We've done various projects for Roche, making more than 1 million documents searchable. I support your approach. Yeah, yeah. No, thank you for that. And we've actually done some work with Roche over the years, and a lot of the life science pharmaceutical companies like them. And no, this is a real challenge that organizations like that have. No, I agree completely. Hi, Graham. Okay, is this for English only, or do you also work with other languages? No, we absolutely do. Yeah, no, what I talked about during the presentation can be done in virtually every language now, and not just the European languages. And as I mentioned during the presentation, even the Google BERT, the language model that Google have developed, Google BERT, I think works in pretty well every language. European Union supports 29 languages, just European ones. So yes, it is pretty well language independent now.
Okay, shall we go across to your tool showcase, Graham?
Okay.
So can I ask everybody to go to the stage and log on for the showcase?
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Phil now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Graham Charlesworth. I work for Pure Insights, and the topic I'd like to cover in the next 20 minutes or so is making enterprise search work like Google. The reason I think this is relevant to this conference and knowledge management in general is that behind pretty well every knowledge management initiative or knowledge management application will be some kind of search platform, so that people can get their arms around the data and reuse it effectively. So search is incredibly important to this topic, and hopefully you'll find this session interesting. We have a Q&A session following it, so if anyone's got any questions, please jot them down, and I'll do my best to answer them at the end of the session. So moving on, the agenda items I'd like to cover are, well, first of all, a little bit about us as a company, our background and experience in this area, Google today and the technology behind it. So, how does Google do what it does, basically? Because Google has set the benchmark, when it comes to search and the whole search experience. And this is generally what people are striving to achieve these days across their own sort of private content and within their own sort of search applications. And how do we bring this technology to the enterprise? So how would you go about recreating the Google experience, basically? And a client example just to finish things off so that you can see some of these concepts and ideas in action. So those are the areas I'm going to cover. Moving on to Pure Insights and us. So we're a relatively new company. We were founded just over 2 years ago, but our roots go back to the sort of early 90s, really. So we've been in the world of search over 25 years now, longer than Google have, in fact. We started off working for one of the big search engine companies, a product company. And then in 2005, we formed a boutique consulting company. And our objective really was to help companies make search work really well for them. We were technology independent, and we, over the following 15 years or so, we worked on thousands of projects with hundreds of companies around the world in pretty well every area of business and commerce. We grew to about 250 people. We were tiny, really, when it compared with the big consulting companies and IT systems integrators. But in the world of search, in our space, we were the biggest there was. There was no one as big as Search Technologies. That was the name of the company. And in 2017, we were acquired by Accenture, and we went on to effectively we became their center of excellence for search. And a lot of my friends and former colleagues are still there. It was a very successful acquisition in that respect. About 4 years later, we left. When I say we, this is the management team of Pure Insights. We left to form Pure Insights. And the reason for that was that we saw the world of search moving on, beyond just conventional search into this area of blending conventional search engines, search technology with AI. This is what we really wanted to focus on, and that's what we do today. So we have we're about 30 people. We're quite small at the moment, but we're growing quickly. We have offices in the UK, US, and Costa Rica, and we're having a really good time, and it's a really exciting time to be involved in search and AI. So there's just and our mission statement is really simple, really. Make it work like Google. This is generally speaking what people want and what people have always wanted. Even if I go back to 20 years, the brief we were given was, look, I don't care what technology is behind the scenes, but make it work like Google, because this is what our staff are used to and they like, and our customers are used to and they like. And nothing's changed, really. 20 years on, people still say the same thing. It's getting harder, of course, because Google keep raising the bar. But this is what we enjoy. This is partly the challenge, really, trying to kind of understand how they do what they do, and then be able to sort of replicate that, inside a corporation. So that's how we spend our time. So let's just talk about Google, shall we? And what you see on the screen here would be a sort of typical search results page from Google today. Somebody has come on, they've asked the question, what is Tesla's revenue? And what you see here is a combination of things on the screen. Over on the right-hand side here is what we call an entity card. And this is just factual information about Tesla that Google has popped up that contains basic information, really, what Tesla do, some financial information in there, the stock price, net income, their sales, when they were founded, who the founders were, corporate headquarters, things like that. In the middle of the screen are what are called FAQs, frequently asked questions, and these are just questions, suggested questions that Google have offered up, which are similar to what you've asked, but slightly different. And Google offer them up as alternative questions that you can pick from, and very, very helpful. They've been doing this for quite some time now. At the bottom of the screen are the classic search results pages that you've seen, that have been around ever since Google launched back in '98. And these are basically documents that Google had relevance ranked. And the one at the top is generally the one you would pick first. Of course, you click on it, open the document up, and hopefully the document would contain the answer you're looking for. But what you're starting to see, and the change that really has come about over the last few years is, and if you look at the top of the screen here, it's demonstrated very well, is that it's popped up this number, 31.54 billion US dollars, and that's the answer to the question. And this is what we're starting to see over and over now with Google. And in actual fact, it's sort of morphed from a search platform to a Q&A, questions and answering platform. And it uses some really clever technology to do that, and I'll cover that off in the presentation. But yeah, this is the sort of classic Google experience now, and this is what people are asking us for when they come to talk to us about helping them with search. So just some other examples here of Google in action. This is applied to a topic that's perhaps more relevant to this event, knowledge management. And I've just, thrown in a few examples here. Who created the term knowledge management? What this has done is it's gone into the document index, and it's extracted a paragraph from a document. The document is called Knowledge Management FAQs, by the way, from this author here, capacity.com. And it's extracted the answer Peter Drucker here, who was the founder, recognized as the founder of knowledge management. So it's got that right. And a couple of other examples. Who was Peter Drucker? Google's done the same thing here. It's pulled out an information card on him as well. Okay. And it's also extracted, again, a paragraph from this document in this case, which is it's called a document called Peter Drucker, published by bl.uk/people. And what it's saying here is that Peter Drucker was one of the most widely known and influential thinkers on management, okay, which is correct. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. And then, finally, I asked the question, when did Peter Drucker die? And it's just pulled out the date, 11th of November 2005. So those are some examples of kind of Google in action today, where it's providing answers and not just documents. Okay, so let's just look at the technology behind this. How does Google do what it does? Well, it's still a search platform. It uses a combination of search and AI. Okay, it's still a search engine. It always has been, and it probably always will be. So although the search engine itself has evolved incredibly over the last, almost 20 years now, I suppose, since Google have been around, And their relevance ranking algorithms continue to improve, which they have to, because the volume of data that they're dealing with is just getting so big. But a couple of new things have appeared in the Google system. The first of all is they have incorporated a natural language processing system. They call it BERT, B-E-R-T, Google BERT. And this really works the way that a human does. In other words, it understands language, and it works across pretty well every language now, I think, as well. So that when you ask a question, it understands exactly what you're looking for and the context within which you're looking for it as well. And at the same time, when it's indexing content into the search index, it's doing exactly the same thing as well. So it's not just recording the keywords, but it's looking for concepts and topics. And then when you do a search, for example, how would you describe knowledge management? What it's able to do then is to understand the question and then map it onto the most relevant part in the most relevant documents in the Google index, extract that information and pop it up on the screen. And Google call this featured snippets, by the way. The term in the industry is extractive answers, but Google call it featured snippets, and it's incredibly powerful. And the really exciting thing, by the way, is the technology behind this. Google BERT has now been open sourced. Google have kindly put it in the open source world, so we can use it. We can take it and we can use it if we want to, and if we know what to do with it. The other bit of technology that Google have added is what's called a knowledge graph. Okay, and this I think this appeared about 4 years ago now, and it's really a database of factual based information, and people, places, names, things like that. But the really clever thing is that everything is interlinked. So the relationships between all these things are linked together and recorded. That way, when I asked the question, how old is Peter Drucker? Then there would have been a node in here that said Peter Drucker. There would have been a node that had his age, and there would have been a relationship between the two that said how old, and that's how it's able to sort of extract that and just pop the answer up. So it's this is something that is a major breakthrough really in the world of search. And what you see here, this combination of search, NLP, and knowledge graphs is becoming almost the standard formula, if you like, for building a really effective search platform going forward. And just on the right-hand side of the screen, you might find this of interest. I just popped up some facts and figures around Google today, just to give you a feel for the magnitude that these people are working with. They have about 30 trillion pages now in the Google index. Okay, that represents about 100 million gigabytes. The knowledge graph is got 148 billion nodes. Okay, it's quite incredible, really, how big this thing is. And it's running on about a million servers, rather, a million computers. So that's how it's able to, operate at the scale that it does, and at the performance that it does. It's really is quite incredible. So just moving on, let's look at how we go about bringing this technology to the enterprise. What you see on the screen here is a classic blueprint, I suppose, for the design of a search application. It's very similar. It hasn't really changed a great deal over the last 20 years or so, other than the fact that there's some new components have come into this knowledge graph down here, and some AI technology here, and there's some AI technology here. And I'll just take you through each of the components so that you can understand, what role they play. So if we work from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, we have what we call data repository connectors on the right, and these connect into your information sources, which in the enterprise could be something like, I don't know, Microsoft SharePoint or Teams or Confluence or Salesforce, you name it, wherever your information is held. We then have a staging repository, which is basically a database that stores a copy of everything so that we can work on it locally. We have a content processing system in the middle here, and the role of this really is to make the data play nicely with the search engine, because if the data quality is poor, the search results will be poor. It really is as simple as that. It always has been, and it always will be, no matter how clever the relevance ranking algorithms are and the AI behind it. So the sort of things that we could be doing here would be cleansing the data, removing anything that we don't want to search, normalizing the data, making sure all of the date formats are exactly the same, enriching the data with lots of metadata. So, and to do this, we use NLP, of course. Google BERT would be one example of that. There's some really good cloud-based services now out there from the likes of Amazon and Google and Microsoft, and we can bring these in to help us do things like language processing, really advanced language processing, sentiment analysis, tagging, images and video, and really anything. The world's your oyster now, and these services are continuing to get better and better and better, more accurate. So from here, the information's passed into the search engine and the knowledge graph. The search engine could be anything, by the way, any type of search engine. The most common ones now are probably the open source ones, Solr and Elasticsearch being the two primary ones. And then at the front end, you have the query layer. And the role of this, and again, this is using Google BERT generally, but the role of this is to intercept the query that comes in, understand it, and then direct it to the relevant part of the search engine or the knowledge graph, or both in a lot of cases. So that's a classic blueprint. Just to finish off, I'd just like to talk about one of our clients and show you some of this technology in action. This is the European Union Publishing Office, and they're based in Luxembourg. They effectively publish all of the content produced by the European Union. So they are one of the biggest publishers in Europe, if not the world. The data they're working with is huge and very varied. We have a lot of legal content over here, of course, public procurement data. They publish a directory of European institutions and all the key people involved. There's a lot of research data, miscellaneous EU publications and data, so a vast array of content. They've followed, I'd say, a very similar path to lots of companies have. They started off, from a search perspective, that is, they started off with a proprietary search engine called Autonomy, which was one of the big giants back in the late 90s and early 2000s, a British company. And then they moved on to an open source search engine. They use Elasticsearch. And they then went and added some chatbot technology to that. And over the last year or so, they've been working with us to add this new Google, experience layer, which comprises Google BERT, the NLP system, and a knowledge graph as well. And just to show you a couple of examples, question here is, what is the award value of the Tyler Brothers escalator parts contract? And this has come from the Tenders Electronic Daily, one of the services or the data sources they offer. And it's pulled out an answer here, 3.139 million euros. And finally, here's another question. Hopefully you can see this. What is the global annual profit for human trafficking? And the answer here is 29.4 billion. Okay, and this has been extracted using Google BERT from this document here, which is a study on the economic, social, and human costs of human trafficking within the European Union. So there's just a couple of examples of this technology in action today. So it's certainly not magic. It's the technology does exist. It can be used um, inside a corporation and inside of the firewall and across private content. I hope you found that interesting. Just one final point I'd like to make is that pretty well all the technology I've talked about here is now in the open source domain. So you don't need to have really deep pockets. To do something like this a few years ago or 5 years ago or whatever would have cost an awful lot of money. That really is no longer the case. You've just got to know how to use it, really, what you're doing. And if you don't have the the expertise in house, then I'd urge you to bring somebody in who can help you do it or do it for you. And that's sort of what we do as a company. And we can provide this as a we can either help you build it or we can provide it as a service, even a service offering. Anyway, thanks again for your attention, and please stay online if you've got any questions. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I'm just standing in for my colleague Dira for a few moments. I'd very much like to introduce our next presenter, who is Stephen Kennedy. So, Stephen, over to you.
Alec, thank you very much indeed. I'm just going to share my presentation very quickly. Alec, thanks for introducing me. It's a great pleasure to take some time and actually have a discussion with you guys today. Sorry about that. It didn't seem to want to share. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to try it again. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. I do apologize. Thanks very much for the opportunity to spend some time with you guys, talking to you about some of the new technologies that are coming out with regard to how you can turbocharge your customer experience and your agent experience using a knowledge experience that's actually going to start to take care of a lot of the issues that we're facing today from a day-to-day basic. So just to give you a brief agenda of what we're going to talk about, we're going to have a look at where we are today with customer experience and agent experience, look at some of the issues that we're starting to see in the industry, and then we're going to look at how you could potentially address those, looking at the concept of what's called the Knowledge Hub. And then I'll give you some real examples of where the Knowledge Hub actually comes to the fore and supports what it is that you're trying to do. And then finally, we'll look at a quick Q&A session if there's time. So without too much delay, let me begin and start the process. From a customer experience perspective, Gartner and Forrester have been monitoring this for quite some time, and they've identified that self-service will fail 90% of the time because customers abandon their journeys in the process. Now, you can imagine that the whole idea should be shift left as much as you can, but if self-service is failing, how do you actually start to address that? And one of the biggest problems that customers are seeing from a pain point perspective is that answers aren't known, right? And that is key to what we're going to be looking at just now. Whether it's my self-service that I'm doing, whether I'm speaking to an agent, answers seem to be something of the biggest problem that there is. And you can see in that bottom graph down there that 31% can't find the answer on the website themselves. You're a customer yourselves, and it's one of the advantages that we have is that understanding of what we want to deliver and how we want to deliver it, because we experience it every single day of our lives ourselves. If I then switch it over, the customer experience is bad from a self-service perspective, but the customer experience doesn't stop at self-service. The customer experience is also impacted by our agent experience. And if you look at some of the surveys that are going on right now, the Gartner one stands to the fore in that 84% of contact center agents hate or detest the tools that they work with. Now, you can imagine immediately the minute that an agent is sitting in an office at their desk and they've already got this feeling of detestment with regard to their tools, what they're actually doing from a customer experience and how they're helping their customers does get impacted. Okay. One of their biggest issues from an agent perspective is that whole concept of it's knowledge related. How do I know I've got the right knowledge? Where do I know to look for the right knowledge? So we're starting to understand that more and more people, more and more customers, both from a company perspective as well as from an agent perspective, are starting to look at how we can actually improve that particular metric, how we can move things around. Now, the scary thing in all of this is it's actually quite a simple fix. And that simple fix is that you don't have a high quality knowledge source available to you. So we've termed the term the missing ingredient, which is knowledge. Now, knowledge is not just anymore about what fixed the problem, but it takes into consideration a whole process behind that. And if you think about it, going back to what the agent said, that poor knowledge or bad knowledge or not able to find their knowledge is important, you need to be able to rapidly create and retrieve relevant content. And I think that sums up everything that we're going to be talking about over the next couple of minutes. And it's that whole concept of making sure that you've got the right knowledge at the right time when it's needed. When I started out in knowledge 23 odd years ago, I remember going to visit a customer of ours at the time, and their knowledge team were so ecstatic about the fact that they'd created 50,000 articles in that month that their agents could have access to. So I asked the question of them, out of that 50,000, how many or how much of the knowledge was actually used? And I think they worked it out. It was less than 1%. That's scary, because imagine this. You've got a team of knowledge authors creating knowledge, or you've got a team of SMEs creating knowledge, but they're not creating knowledge that's required or knowledge that's topical. Immediately, you're on a losing ticket straight away. And I think that's where you need to start to look at understanding what and how knowledge is being organized and used within the environment. And then down the bottom there from Gartner again, knowledge management is the number one technology that can simultaneously elevate customer, agent, and business experiences in 2022 and beyond. And if you think about it, coming out of the pandemic, where we're going into this whole model of a hybrid office, working from home, working from the office, whatever the case is, you're going to need to have a place where people can gather information, get information, retrieve information, and update information very, very quickly and very, very easily. And that introduces us to the concept of the Knowledge Hub. Now, if you think about it, in yesterday's world, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, middle of the pandemic, everything was a free-for-all. Knowledge wasn't necessarily constructed in the right manner. And it created this mess of trying to find the right information very, very quickly while you had a customer on the phone, or trying to find information for a customer that they could get hold of from a website. Now, the whole idea with Knowledge Hub is it takes that tangle, that knot of information, if you would like, and actually starts to put it into a format that's easily accessible and is easy to use. So if we look at it and we define what a knowledge hub very, very quickly, it's a single harmonized platform for managing knowledge. And I think that's key. It's got to be a single platform. The amount of times I've gone to contact centers and said to them, where's your store of knowledge? And whilst we're there in the contact center, yes, they've got the formal knowledge stores that they have, but then they've also got the other knowledge stores, the stores that they share amongst themselves, the tribal knowledge. The whole idea is that you need to bring all of this information together in a single location and encourage people to use it. Encourage is a light word, force, cajole, whatever you want to use to replace that particular word. The idea is that by providing a single place to get knowledge, people are going to get the right knowledge when they need it. One of the examples that I'm going to show you later on, they actually told their agents, if you trust the knowledge and you use the knowledge, you will meet your KPIs as we require you to. And I think that was key, and they did that. And we'll talk about that customer in a little while. But the whole idea of that single harmonized platform is that you can connect and collect all at once. So you go to one place for knowledge. It's a one-stop shop effectively. You can write, you can collaborate, and you can approve knowledge in that single location. You do it once because there's only one location. You don't have knowledge scattered around because typically we are in a siloed environment all the time. The other thing is you can then start to automate and you can add intelligence in a single location. Imagine this: if you had 10,000 agents, you have 22 back-end systems that they need to connect to at any one point in time to actually retrieve customer information. Imagine if you could give that to them in a single pane of glass so that when they connect with the customer, they have that customer's information available. And this is starting to develop more and more what the Knowledge Hub's capability is. Naturally, it means that through compliance, you can manage it in a single location. And if everybody is using that same location, you can ensure compliance is met and kept every single time. It means that when you publish and when you create knowledge, you're doing it in one location, but it can be used in multiple places. It's that single source of truth. It's that ability to ensure that every single person or every single access point of knowledge goes to one location. By doing this, everywhere you're getting from one location, you can then track your usage continuously, which means that you know what knowledge is being used, what knowledge is required, and where knowledge is failing. You need to measure failure to improve your success. And I know that sounds contradictory to everything that we've done over the last 20 odd years, but it's true. Understand where search terms are failing. Understand what's missing from your knowledge. And it's through that tracking of the usage that you're then able to start to change how things happen and you continually refine. Very, very important, that last line is you need to continually refine your knowledge and continually change what's going on through the knowledge environment. Now, just to put it in a slightly different context, a knowledge hub will hold a lot more than content. All right. Now, you might think, but hang on, what does that actually mean? Well, think about it. In today's world, we deal with multiple channels. We provide an omni-channel support, which means our content, our knowledge needs to be able to cater for the different view, the different requirement of knowledge. And I think that's part of what the Knowledge Hub will bring to you. It's that profiling capability based upon your channel to deliver the right knowledge for that particular point in any one time. We're leading more and more to AI-driven conversations through the Knowledge Hub. Because it's one source for knowledge, it means that even your artificial intelligent objects that you're using can start now to use the same knowledge that your agents are using. Take advantage of their experience and actually produce that and make it available for organizations, whether you're in an IVR or whether you're through a chatbot or a virtual assistant, it really doesn't matter. By building those interactive process flows, you're able to guide people more and more through limited transaction paths to ensure compliance. You've got 360-degree context because knowledge doesn't have to be just text anymore. It could pull information from a back-end system, making sure that that knowledge is then personalized to a customer at any point in time. Whether it's personalized use for an agent looks at my records, they know what my outstanding balance is, they can talk very intelligently at that level very, very easily. Naturally, with the hub, it gives you profiled access. It means that you can govern who does what within the organization, knowledge workflows, accessibility of different types of knowledge. You can license organizations, especially if you run something where you have multiple partners working with you. You can license that knowledge to that person so they've got access to it. If you're on license for it, you don't get access. It's very, very simple. This leads to personalized widgets and personalized portals. Because knowledge is in one location, it means the presentation layer can now start to be changed for different organizations. We're seeing that more and more with customers who have multiple brands. Some of the content remains static across all the brands. It just needs a slightly different look and feel. By bringing personalized widgets and portals to the fore, you're then able to deliver that. And naturally, by using insights that are powered by machine learning and machine understanding, you're then able to derive a continual improvement process to make sure that knowledge always changes. So in reality, okay, a knowledge hub is going to give you 7 best practices to rapidly create and retrieve the relevant content that you need, both for your agents, your advisors, as well as for your customers. Now, Gartner recommend that there are 7 must-haves to define any knowledge management initiative. Okay. Now, some of you might have some of these, some of you might have all of these, but I think it's important to consider the fact that you do need to have most of these, 90% of these, to actually get something really, really moving forward. So we think about outside-in design thinking, how that portrays. You need knowledge-based consolidation. Remember, I said to you right in the beginning, you can talk to a contact center and they've got so many different places they can get knowledge for an agent to use. You need to look at search engine optimization. How can we optimize it across all the frames that we use? We need a guided experience, or we need an experience that's going to ensure we have the direct direction of travel that we actually need to go in. We need intelligent site and application search. We need virtual customer assistance and content contextualization. These are the important aspects that we need to deliver this. And one of the reasons why we're saying this is that previously, point products created a silo and a chaos. If I was using chat, I would use one knowledge system. If I was using voice, I would use a completely different one. They would have different answers. The answers wouldn't be the same. It made it difficult. Okay, so you need to look at something that's got that built-in best practice that's there permanently. And part of the eGain Knowledge Hub combines these essential building blocks into a rich solution for enthusiastic adoption. And it makes everything so much easier. And if you think about it, giving your agents that easy capability of delivering the right answer when they need it, or giving the easy accessibility for customers through web self-service is important. So to introduce it, knowledge is easy, knowledge becomes funds, it delivers stunning value, okay? And it's transformational. So how do we do it? My apologies, do forgive me, I do have a slight cold today. From an outside design thinking, we have a technology that gives you some great benefits. We allow you to try things from a no commitment perspective, all right, to understand how it's going to impact what you have within your own organization. And it gives us that ability for you to see the benefits that are going to be created. From that consolidation strategy that I mentioned earlier on, okay, there is ways that you actually need to bring information into your knowledge base very, very quickly. That essential contact needs to be brought in quickly. That essential contact doesn't have to be everything that you've got. It should be what's the burning issues that you need to address. Your frequently used content should be migrated over time but federated immediately. Give it access easily, knocking out the multiple stores as much as you can. Content that's only occasionally used, you should never import because it's going to clutter a lot of your feed. And then unused, outdated, and irrelevant content is continually being refined, changed, and made unavailable to ensure that only relevant content is always available. Okay? The intelligent search capability should be there. It gives you that search across the personalization, understanding intent, using search learning. Natural language is important. Let's be honest, we are all divided by a common language. And it's trying to bring that commonality together to make it easy for people to understand and easy for people to get access to. I spoke about that guided experience. There are so many different ways of delivering this. But from an eGain standpoint, we have a guided process where you follow a strict set of instructions to meet compliance every single time, recorded, stored, so that you can maintain compliance reports. We have the concept of diagnostic flows, which you can drop into at any point in time. You don't have to start from the beginning and end at the end. You can jump around as much as what's needed. You've got the best match capability. This is what we think you need. It's product selection, that kind of process. Virtual customer assistance. Now, we look at this from 2 aspects. We look at it from our own virtual assistant and what customers are using. Okay, it's not just a conversation interface. It's capable of solving real problems by being connected to the back end. But then not only that, when it hands off in a contextual approach. It understands who the customer is and is able to push it out. Not only do we allow that for customer assistance, but we also give it from a virtual agent perspective. So when an agent is actually on the phone, we could be listening to the phone call and suggesting content. When they're going via chat, we could be doing the same thing, monitoring things from a compliance perspective. If I looked at contextualization, it's that whole understanding of what's required when it's required, whether it's device specific, whether it uses macros to pull in dynamic data from connected systems. You know who I am. So if I'm writing an email, why write an email, dear customer? Write an email that says, dear Stephen, this is the information that you were looking for. Personalize it as much as you can. If you're talking to large organizations, make their portals look and feel how they need it to represent. I mentioned a large organization we have with multiple brands. Each of their brands has a personalized portal to make it look and feel like their content, their information, yet it's sourced from a single source. Profiled access give only access to those people who actually need access. And then the most important part down the bottom is that tag content in the same article. It's single sourcing of our article for audience, for device. You can actually create one article that has multiple views in that specific article. Search engine optimization is becoming more and more for friendly URLs to find for Google and the likes.
Hi, Stephen. Sorry to interrupt. We've just got a few minutes left.
Oh, sorry. Okay, cool.
Give us a bit of time for Q&A then as well. Sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. So that's where I was going to stop. Just very, very quickly, global telco, 15,000 agents. They saw a 35% increase in first contact resolution. 25 MPS point change, not percentage, huge difference, and 50% reduction time in competency for new hires. And that's where I was going to stop. Alec?
Perfect timing. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry to hurry you at the end, but I can see that it's obviously really engaged with a lot of people. There's a lot of questions coming in. Can you see them okay in the Q&A tab?
I'm just going to stop my sharing, and then I'm going to go to the Q&A tab now. Fantastic. Yes, I can see them all.
Excellent. Certainly been thought-provoking, so thanks everybody for your questions.
So going right from the top, interesting that Gartner describes KM as a technology. It is starting to become more and more of a technology than it is anything else. And it's being able to deliver it across multiple platforms that starts to shift that definition away from just software. Reading down the next comment from Retha Prinsloo, I think it is very, very true. One point of entry to navigate specific areas or to browse a search is extremely useful. You're 100% correct. You know, we find so many times that, especially when you're bringing new agents into the fold, they don't quite know where to go. And it's one of the biggest questions that we see new agents ask is, where do I have to go? Now, imagine if you could provide them that one-stop location where they can get everything that they need. That last slide that I showed you very quickly with regard to our telco opportunity, they have 10,000 agents. They look at one desktop to get everything, knowledge and customer information. So it's quite interesting. And just to continue Ratha's concept there with regard to it should be automatic to use, you're perfectly correct. And we see a lot of that from customers integrating it to their existing environment, Salesforce, and all of the likes of those, where you're starting to bring knowledge automatically based upon what they're particularly doing. Interesting question, the next one. Despite all of these strengths, why is KM still underrated in some sectors and industry? I think some sectors and industries are still way off the mark with regard to where they need to be with delivering things. If I look at government organizations, sometimes they're very slow to respond, and sometimes they're afraid of responding because you're giving access to a lot of external information sometimes. And I think that is why we find that in some industries, people actually get things so much quicker than in any other industry. Also, it depends on the cohort of users or the target audience that they're actually starting to address. We're starting to see now that we're more digital citizens. Our children are becoming digital citizens a lot earlier than what we
Hi, apologies. Seem to have lost Stephen's voice. Stephen's back. Hi, Stephen. You're back.
Yeah, I don't know why it just kicked me all the way out. But anyway, so
sorry about that.
You all heard that last comment that I made on why some industries see it as different. I think the next question around the concept of content has to be organized systematically first. So yes and no. I think one of the biggest mistakes we make in any KM practice or KM implementation is trying to believe that we understand how it should be used. Whatever we do from a KM perspective should be done in such a way that it is easy to change, it's dynamic, and it continually flows. We were on a roundtable yesterday. I don't know if you were involved or you were listening to that roundtable, but that whole concept of when to use knowledge, how to use knowledge, and why to use knowledge becomes important. And we need to understand that the way we use knowledge is going to continually morph. How we use knowledge will change all the time. And I know that we don't build cities very often in the world anymore, but you know, if you build a city and before you create the paths, you let humans define where those paths lie, you will find that people will navigate through things a lot easier. And it's exactly the same for knowledge. The minute you give people that ability to define the paths that they need to follow, it's going to be used and adopted so much easier. So sometimes we shouldn't prescribe how we think knowledge should be. We need to look and understand how our users are using it, whether they're agents or not.
Stephen, thank you very much indeed. Apologies, we've come right up to time. I think we've got literally about a minute left. So thank you very much for that. And
No problem.
if people have got more questions, they can get in touch with you, I guess, through your email. And
yes, they can. Very, very much so. They can get in contact with me at any point in time if you'd like to know more. We do offer quite a few of those advantages.
Thank you.
No problem. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for some great questions. And sorry if we didn't get to answer all of them. We're moving now to our next session, which is on making enterprise search work like Google by Graham Charlesworth. So thank you, everyone.
Welcome to our next presentation. This is from Trevor, Embedding Knowledge into Operations Processes. Trevor and Ron Young is going to join him too, and they're going to talk about this and, of course, answer your questions later on. So, Trevor, do you want to go ahead?
Okay, sure. So hi everyone, this is Trevor from Hong Kong, Knowledge Associate Hong Kong Limited, and it's my privilege to be with you today. Let me share my screen, and I would like to see, any one of you can see and let me know. Okay, this is my title page. Anyone can see? Oh, by the way, I cannot see any feedback from my end. So why don't we start? I would like to use a couple minutes to share my background with you, and then I would share about what I'm trying to talk about, and then before Q&A, I would like to play a 3 minutes video. So the video is related to my content of my talk. So I started knowledge management since 1999. My first project is with Mr. Ron Yang, and he was in the workshop yesterday, and I was with him. And so since then, I've been starting, research and doing consulting in knowledge management. And now I also teach at part-time at the University of Hong Kong, in the Faculty of Education, of course, knowledge management, as well as the business school about knowledge management as well. My classes are master degree classes. So for today, I really like the topic knowledge management reborn, and my first slide is just questioning, is KM dead? So we need to reborn. So why reborn? KM remains remaining vibrant. So a few years ago, some KM practitioner worried that KM is dead. While many KM professionals continue to do their work, and to some, they even add some elements, like new elements, like for example, the innovation parts. So the following slide, I would like you to take a couple minutes. I will walk through you very quickly when I kind of share the KM activities. Just in your mind, think about, oh, I'm still doing it. Oh no, I'm not doing it. Oh, I haven't started doing it yet. So you have some idea when I share the slide with you. Then you will. Why don't we do that? So it's about KM activity. Okay, I'm not sure you can see. I can enlarge a little bit on that. Hopefully you can see the activity more clear. So I kind of classified traditional KM activity and new KM and innovation activities. So very quickly, this is a research from a legal industry research company. It was research done by 2020. Okay, so traditional KM activity, client-facing KM, closing binder streamlining, collaboration platform, deal database, and provision trend analysis, document automation, document management system, email management, enterprise search, expert system, legal project management, matter management tools, portals, precedents and playbooks, process mapping, professional support lawyers, workflow. These are all about is traditional KM activities. So the new KM and innovation activity are on the right-hand side is artificial intelligence, chatbot building, contract analytic, data analytic and visualization, deal platforms and management, experience management system, innovation initiatives, launching startups within law firms, legislation and analytic, push system, deliver KM when and as needed, robotic process automation, smart contracts. To be honest with you, some of the activity I haven't heard of it. Maybe I'm not in the legal industry, but there's a lot of new activities on the right hand side. It's very tempted to know a bit more. What are they and how are they doing? So for today, I am coming from a consulting point of view, implementation point of view. So I haven't done a lot of research on lately, how things are doing. But I was just assuming for the last 2 days, you heard a lot of research and direction and trends. So for me, I'm looking at the actual implementation. That's why my topic is embedding knowledge into the operation processes. So what about Gartner? Gartner think yes, okay. Why we think knowledge management will be critical in 2022. So as per Gartner. So Gartner is coming from a 3 different perspective looking at this. So number one, Gartner's report looking at it is like because of the pandemic period, there are a lot of needs for retaining institutional knowledge, or we call it institutional memory, and helping new joiner on board will be critical to success in 2022. So what is saying that there's a lot of new joiner or newcomer to the company. They need to have the institutional knowledge to operate, particularly after the pandemic season. So the next one is related to the first one as well. Knowledge management is vital because work and people have fundamentally changed. So in the research, it mentioned about there are a lot of turnover. People are leaving the company, changing the way they're working. They are kind of selective because of the hybrid mode, working from home as well as in the office. Sometimes it's not even home or office, somewhere else. In our university teaching, we have plan A, plan B, and then plan C and plan D, because it depends on the situations. So people are used to, I'm not saying this is the normal, the new normal, but then we are used to be very flexible in terms of working. So it also stimulates a lot of working team. In Hong Kong, sometimes we have team A, team B working. So team A, a group working at the office, team B is working at home, and then they swap. So that create a 50% capacity. Space in terms of space, people can work around. But then there's a lot of team meetings, department meetings. They have to be in a hybrid mode. But then at the end, to me, most of my clients, they would like to do work face to face, particularly for those need to be on discussion or the machine is on site. You have to taking care of the machines and things like that. So number 3, the third point of view is to drive productivity and ensure continuity in 2022 and beyond. Gartner recommends that knowledge capture a core function of business system, processes, and workflow. And this is exactly I am trying to share with you today. So how can we identify critical knowledge? How can we capture and how can we share among people in terms of using workflow and processes? And I hope the thing that I'm sharing is interested to you. I'm sure we have a Q&A time. We can talk about it a bit more. Before we go into it, I kind of like the APQC study, and we always say different people they have different expectation in terms of knowledge management implementation, or they have different expectation in the outcome of knowledge management. APQC did this research a few years ago. This is the outcome. The biggest challenge, or they use the word hardest to engage in KM activities or KM initiative is the senior leaders. And then the next level is the line manager. And then the expert, or they call the highly experienced staff or employees. And then come down to 14% is the mid-career employees, and the newcomers 3%. So the less percentage is less problem to engage. So you can see starting from senior leaders down to the new employee, from 41% to 3%. So why do I want to share this with you? Because when we say we want to capture knowledge, when we say we want to implement knowledge management, in company or in organization, we need to know which group of people, what they're looking at. And if you're not giving them those things, then it would not be easy to start, or the culture will not be easily changed. So 41% for senior leader. Of course, the next slide I would like to share with you is the individual perspective, looking at KM vision and expectations. So what are the needs and expectations of stakeholders from knowledge management initiative? So I have an outside external stakeholder. This is the internal one, right? And I kind of follow the APQC grouping: senior leader, line manager, operation, highly experienced employee. But then I group the operation mid-career employee and the newcomer or new joiner or junior employee in a group. Let's look at it one by one. For senior leaders, nowadays they really would like to see the sustainability aspect of their company. So they would say, oh, if the KM initiative can help company to build sustainability, particularly ESG, then that would be very interesting for them. Okay, I leave it for you to think about it. Okay, so secondly, they said, if the KM initiative can help us develop competitive advantage, that will be great. Then we will have a better comparative situation compared to other competitors. So number 3 is interesting as well. They want to visualize the strategic foresights. I mean, for the last couple years, last 3-4 years, particularly in Hong Kong as well. I guess about 2019 Hong Kong, we have this social movement, and or they call it social unrest, and nobody can foresee that would happen before. And then after that, 2020 and 2021, even 2022 now, we are still, kind of being affected by the COVID situation. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. And the policy and the restriction is very, very frustrated for most of us, particularly for me as well. I haven't been traveling since January of 2020. So the only thing that I'm not traveling is because I need to have a hotel quarantine after I come back. And even with now, we still have 7 days hotel quarantine required. So if I go on a trip a week, when I come back, another week I need to stay at the hotel. So it's just like very, very not easy to plan my trips. And the last one may not be the last, maybe on the list is the last, is to see how can the investment being translate into bottom lines, and this that they want it to be fast as well. But I think, as most of you, if you're a knowledge management practitioner, or you're just starting thinking about knowledge management activities in your company, so knowledge management is not is the solution is not a kind of a magic pills that you can swallow, and then the next day you will be having all your knowledge within the company shared among people. It's a quite a long process. In general, you building up a business case to sell the senior leader, it will take about at least 3-4 months or even 6 months, and then they just agree to you have a pilot, okay? And the pilot has to demonstrate the quick wins. The quick wins can be giving them some taste of investment to the bottom line. If it's not, then forget about it. You cannot even start the projects. So senior leaders looking at a very high level and a very strategic way of knowledge management initiative. Are they aligning with what they want to do? If yes, then you have a chance. If no, then most of the time, the KM project will not start it, even started. So this is the first tier. So the second tier is the line manager. Okay, the line manager are very KPI driven, I would say. So they will look into how knowledge management can enable fast and accurate decision making. So, for example, if it's in a big process, how could knowledge management can increase their win-lose ratios? And very practical, or some of the cases, the decision, how could they do a yes decision better than no? So in order to minimize the repeated mistake, or I would say, the rework. So people hate to do rework, and the decision making is contributing to the chance of you need to do rework or not. And then from the line manager perspective, within the company, there's a lot of expert knowledge around. How can they leverage the KM initiative to make those expert knowledge available for others to use? Okay.
Trevor, can I interrupt you? Sorry to interrupt you. There have been comments that the slides are too small to read. Can you put your slides in slideshow and increase by?
No, I tried it. My slide is a PDF, so I can.
Okay, you can't increase the size, can you?
No, I cannot. I cannot share my screen with the PowerPoint.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry,
I would like to.
That was what people have asked,
so
I thought.
I think it's fair enough. Is it okay now? Can I get some feedback?
It's much better than before.
Okay.
Yes, people are saying yes, it's better.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Sorry about
thank
that.
you.
As I cannot see the feedback. So
thank you.
Yeah, for senior management is the 4 bullet. The line manager is 3 bullet. Fast decision making, make expert knowledge available, optimize the use of resources. I mean, for line manager, they are also accountable for how do they use resources, particularly for people resources. Okay, and so that comes into a question of minimizing reinventing the wheel. So if some other teams already know the solution, why not share and save some time not to duplicate the resources on that end. Okay, and then come to the third category is operations, and I really like this category because for this category I also put down highly experienced employee or the experts in this category. So they're very interested to maintain the high quality, to assure the quality output. So they try their best to establish standard processes so for people to follow, establish template to make sure people are easy to follow through the work, and also they build tools to help people to deliver the service. On the other hand, they also we kind of expect if knowledge management initiative are being in place, that could provide a fast response, fast resolution, and fast delivery. Because from their experience, they shouldn't be any delay on those aspects. And then the last one is they also interested to promote growth, to promote accelerated growth through process improvement. They're not happy with the existing processes. They want to improve, no matter is the delivery mode or the design of the process, to take away any of the non-value added activity, things like that. And of course, reduce cycle times and to have a creativity mindset. So for expert or for highly experienced staff, they're looking at the KM implementation and expectation are those things. And then the last group is very practical because they're on the front line or they newly joined the company. So they expect to find relevant information easily. I mean, that is very simple expectation. But then if we think through our company or our organization, is it easy for anyone to find relevant information, or you need to take many steps in order to get the right information that you need? I mean, I leave that question back to you. So and then the other one, they also want to apply ease of use standard process and template to ensure quality outcome. So the expert design the processes and template. They ease easy to use, or they are very complicated, and then they have to learn, or they have to, go through a training. So I think from the expert, they never think, they couldn't understand. But in reality, there's a big gap. How can we train the expert or the experienced staff have a childlike mind to understand how to do things? I mean, this is I always face this kind of questions, and they say, "Oh, it should be there. You should be able to understand and find it." But then, in reality, when you come to it, you don't know. You don't know. So the number 3 is communicating critical information fast and wide. I put down fast and wide is like sometimes it's just like you're hitting some issues you want to share, but you don't know how and when and why and how, who should you share to. I mean, this is very typical, particularly for the newcomer or the mid-career or the operation staff. Oh, if there's no place for me to share, then I will not share. I just leave it, right? But then head back to the cycle. I mean, head back to the back process, because if not sharing of that, then that with them to be repeated the mistake, with them to be reinventing. So the last one is also important element for them to have incentive to share, because if people share and you recognize them, so that will building the sharing culture a lot. So these are the expectation for different groups. So when we do knowledge management implementation, for sure, when as a consultant, you talk to these stakeholders, and you have to be, aware, what they're looking at and what they're looking for. So if you don't see that, then it's a very big challenge for you to establish your project all along. Okay. So the next slide is I simplify the methodology a bit, and I hope this is not a new, it's not a rocket science, it's not new, and it's just like been using it. I just very quickly go through that, and we are here current state, and we have all this tangle up strategy, and you need to be straightening up to the future state with your visions. And you see the top is the corporate strategy. Any leaders, they want to bring the company from current state to the future state. It could be 3, 5 years, or 10 years. And the interesting thing, or the important thing, is we should align our KM strategy to that direction. Okay. And I give you an example. If the company want to leverage the existing operation equipment to last for 10 years to future state, so our KM strategy should be how to take care of those equipment that could last that long. And I think if that is aligned, then the senior management will, oh, okay, you're doing the same thing that we want to do. You're just helping us to move along our strategy. Okay, let's try. So this is the kind of the tricks. If you talk to senior management, you know what their corporate strategy, and then you align your KM strategy to it. Then your success of fulfilling their expectation is higher. The methodology I always use is just a very simple methodology. For stage 1, I put down audit. Maybe it may not be audit. It's just like maybe an assessment and planning stage. So when I say assessment, so I basically I kind of meet with each group. For senior leader, I normally will meet with them one-on-one for interview. You can count your fingers. There's only so many, but it's worth a while one-on-one, because they will tell you things they will not tell when others there. So I would highly recommend one-on-one. Even with line manager, if your resource or their resources is okay, you should talk to them one-on-one. If it's not, the next best, I would suggest to talk a few one-on-one, and then the rest may be a focus group. For the operation, experienced staff, I would say focus group. Sometimes focus group will work. with them, or even I will run workshop, and through the workshop I kind of do some education as well, so it's collect some of their viewpoints. And the last group I always do, maybe if it's too many people, I'll do couple briefing, and then the rest I'll use survey. I just want to confirm, those things they want, those things like, for example, are they easy to find informations? What are the challenge they are facing? Those kind of things. So once you see all this assessment, then you have an idea on the culture, on the situation of the company, and then also you can, and using that information to pick your pilot, which is a stage 2. The pilot stage 2 is like we're just doing the scoping and quick wins, establish the quick wins. I mean, remember I mentioned about the senior management. They always like to see the quick wins, because that will justify them to invest. And then the last stage is enterprise-wide. So through the pilot, you can identify your knowledge assets by finding out the critical knowledge object. So you're not doing everything. You're not capturing. You're not identify every knowledge. You just identify the critical one. So how should we know it's critical? If without it, then the process will not work. And I'll tell you what I mean later on that. This is the high level implementation. So I will talk a bit more on this, and then we'll be very straightforward. I'm aware of the time. It's almost 30 minutes already. So this is the KM process. Okay, looking at the gray boxes. So it's task 1. If task 1 okay, then pass task 2, right? So when I say before you go into to do the task 1, or you approaching to the decision, so there has to be some learn before, be there. Might be 1 minute video to help you understand how to do the task. What is the meaning of successful doing the task 1? Or is any checklist, any template, any best practice, or any do's and don'ts list available for someone carry on task 1? Then it will come to the decision. Is it task 1 okay? The green is okay. Then going to task 2, right? If the green okay, also we capture why it is okay. So we have this database of learning. We captured it. But if it's not okay, then you have to go back to task 1 and go back to the loop. So this is repeating or reworked, process. So we want to minimize that. So having said that, during the task 1, we also have learned during, and as well as finishing the task 1, we have to learn after. So whatever learn during and learn after can fit back into the learn before. Here for task 2, or sometimes it's bad, you can fit it back to the learn before for the task 1. So for the decision go or not go, decision win-lose ratio, we're looking at the ratio of yes and no. So we want to improve this decision box. So the next slide is a very is just an example of process map. So how to apply? Basically, you use this. Oops. Oh, I lost my. Hold on for 1 sec. Okay, it's coming back. Okay, very quick. I'm almost done. I just
Yes, sorry. I just wanted to remind you that you are into the Q&A time, and there is a question already there. So
okay. So can you ask them? Do they want to see the video? 3 minutes.
Well, it's people would they respond? They're saying. I mean, do you want to take this question and then show the video? Then we don't have any time for Q&A.
The video is only 3 minutes.
Okay. Yes,
okay.
There have been some thing for saying
Let me
yes.
share the video. The video will kind of conclude what I just shared with you. So it's in Cantonese with English subtitle.
咁 hack 土喺香港都扎根咗 over 45年啦。 咁因為我哋工程部咧主要就係兩 part 啦，咁佢哋有一 part 叫 Cargo Handling System 啦，咁呢個 system 咧主要就係我哋嘅 Hacker 公司獨有嘅，而呢一班嘅同事嘅師傅啦，都會將會慢慢退休啦，佢哋退咗休嘅時候，就係啲知識就會相對就會係流失咗啦咁樣。咁所以咧，我哋有見及此啦，就用知識管理呢一個項目，初時都係相對係有啲難度嘅。
我覺得其中一個困難嘅位置係佢哋嗰個速度會好快啦。
佢可能聽完之後咧，其實佢可能一知半解都唔知嘅。
咁其實老師傅佢哋個經驗往往都係喺晒佢哋一個腦裏邊噶嘛。
咁但係實際嘅工作係點樣樣咧？落到現場嘅時候，佢會遇到啲咩困難咧？我哋係一定需要親身落去睇一睇，先知道佢哋面對啲咩困難。
可能一落到場，佢就會即刻同你講要點咁樣做。當佢整緊嘅時候，就唔會有時間停低落嚟解釋俾我聽啦。
始終個人嘅吸收或者個知識能力唔同嘅。
如果我哋將我哋知識以一啲短片形式去做呢個傳遞嘅媒介，呢個相信係一個最有效嘅方法。
我主要係負責將師傅嘅經驗同埋知識去記錄落嚟嘅，就可能透過文字或者係 video 嘅方式，
成個程序上圖文並茂，同埋咧係每一個步驟咧都會塞入到個人裏面。
咁所以其實拍片嘅其中一個目的就係可以形象化咁樣，即係話到俾你聽嗰樣嘢喺邊一度你可以揾到嘅。咁你要去到嗰個位置去維修嗰樣嘢，要做啲咩步驟，咁樣會簡單好多。
用 KM 呢個傳遞方式咧，譬如喺短時間我可以等佢好容易明白掌握到我嘅技術，或者我處理完嗰單 fault 之後喺空餘嘅時間，我會同佢哋傾翻頭先我做嘅嘢。做咗啲乜嘢？做嘅時候要留意啲乜嘢？
新嚟或者其他唔咁熟嘅同事咧，咁跟翻成個程序做咧，咁就唔會引致咧換嗰陣時咧出現問題咧，就影響嗰個系統咧就 down 咗嘅。
都好大幫助嘅，因為有呢段短片，佢哋重複咁樣睇呢段短片。喺短片當中咧，佢會有啲咩問題，咁佢可以有時間嘅時候咧就嚟揾我，咁我可以好清楚咁話俾佢哋知。當到佢哋明白咗嘅時候咧，佢亦都可以將呢份知識或者我嘅經驗咧分享俾其他人。
咁我哋下一步咧將會希望延伸到啦其他嘅唔同嘅部門啦咁樣。我哋希望係鼓勵翻嗰個分享嘅文化啦，保存翻我哋嘅公司一啲嘅智慧資產咯。
Okay, so I go to the Q&A section now.
Please.
Okay, so I can, let me see the first question. Maybe you can cover this out. Okay, let me find the first question. Yes, slide, so I cannot. How? Okay, the first question asking me, how do I design a KM business case and what element does it contain? As I share, so the stage one is to do the assessment. I call it assessment or research. You have to find out what the current challenges and issue and what are their corporate strategy. And based on the understanding of the corporate strategy, as I share with you the example that if this equipment machine has to be maintained for the next 10, 15 years, you know, it's not just the mechanical part, but also the software part. And that could be very challenging for them. So if you can build a business case, start, you know, how to fix the machine. I mean, this is a business case, right? So it's so many parts. You know, so many elements, and if you can help them to have centralized all this, the case that I was building to them is to having the critical knowledge in capture and share within 1 minute video. This is the first one, and then I also create some checklists for them when they go into Forts. Then they will find out, you know, what steps they should need to do, and it's a comprehensive way of looking at it or not. So I think the business case is very important. The elements should be including the strategy, the issues, you know, your propose the solution, things like that. So the next things are their recommendation outcomes to measure, recommend qualitative data KPIs. Yes, I think if you have your business case, the business case should also include a measurement. But then some of them are very qualitative. For example, the culture is very qualitative. Then I give you an example of how people know about the qualitative part is like keep asking to help, but help them this, help them that, and at the end of the video, they ask you to help in the other department, this is a good sign, because they believe, that could be a very important element. So when you see this video, it has been, it started, the project started 2019 December, so it's about 2-3 years now. And plus, remember there was COVID in between. We have to stop a few months and picking up again. So I kind of think this is a very fast way to do it already. And also they invest to do this video, because they can see the value of it. So I think that will be some of the measurement. The KPI, number of video, number of knowledge object you capture, people share, how people see it, the feedback, and of course they have validation in the process as well. So each video, 1 minute video, it take long time to do it. I think the video. Okay, I think that's about the.
I think we have to stop here, Trevor, because we need to go across to the next presentation. Sure. So they have asked for the link for the video.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so if you send it to us, we can send it, or put it with your slides.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Trevor. And can I ask everybody to please go to the next presentation, which is by Doug from Grant Thornton. So let's go and listen to him. And at the same time, can I remind you to please fill up the feedback form, which we have now put on the web page under feedback form. So it would be hi, welcome back, everybody. We are on to the next presentation from Doug from Thornton, Grant Thornton. And he, as you can see, is going to talk about reshaping KM. Over to you, Doug. And then delegates, please keep putting your questions in the Q&A tab. Thank you, Doug. Over to you.
Great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. I'm Doug Kalish. I'm the head of employee experience and knowledge management for Grant Thornton, and I'm based in the United States. This is my first time attending the Unicom conference. I've been hearing some great things so far from people I've been chatting with in the lobby, so I hope everybody's learning a lot. I'm excited to share with you some of our real-world experiences from our KM journey at Grant Thornton. And just in case you don't know Grant Thornton, we're a professional services firm. So we do audit and tax and consulting, and we provide services to external clients. So how we manage knowledge, mission critical for our overall success. So hopefully that helps for a little bit of context. Now, I personally love that we have access to so much more technology in 2022 than when I started my career in the consulting business. There are so many great vendors out there that provide automation and analytics and so much more. And at Grant Thornton, we're heavy users of Microsoft. So for us, it was a super easy decision to, from a KM perspective, just go all in on Microsoft's productivity tools. And so a lot of what I'll share with you today will be Microsoft based. We use SharePoint for the basis of our digital workspace. We collaborate heavily using Microsoft Teams. We use Yammer for open sharing and enterprise social collaboration. We use the Power Automate suite for automation and for apps. And so, like I said, we jumped in pretty much with both feet into the Microsoft ecosystem. So I'll share some examples with you, but before I do that, I'd love to make this a little bit interactive. I'd like to hear a little bit about your experiences using technology to solve your KM challenges. So I have a quick poll. I'll ask that you go out to www.menti.com, M-E-N-T-I, and you can enter the 8-digit code that's there on the screen. It's 55079269. And we have a poll out there. And so let me pull up the poll real quick. And we're going to ask, what do you see as the biggest hurdles to seamless knowledge flows in your organization? And we'd love to get your votes, and you can vote for one or more of the options that are there on the screen. So it might be the development cycles are really long. It might be not enough people or time, not having the right people involved. It might be your internal systems aren't integrated, might be custom software developed. Lots of different options here. So would love to hear your thoughts. And let me start to present the results here. And we'll see what kind of responses we get. Okay, good. The mix of things. I'm not surprised. I think when you see what's here, I was kind of expecting that second and third one of not enough people or time to do it, and too many systems that don't interact with each other, but not surprised to see lots of different responses here. There are a number of reasons, I think, but interacting with technology it's easy, but it's not as easy as we want it to be. And so let me bring the slides back. We'll talk a little bit more about how we've solved these, and then I'll show you some examples. And so if I were to summarize the answers that I think I saw there, tell me if this resonates. I think we've seen an increase in demand for KM services from our internal customers, but I'm guessing that also hasn't translated either into a higher budget or getting more people. I know from my experience at Grant Thornton and from talking to colleagues really around the world, KM's doing a lot more, but we're doing it with the same resources. So we have to solve more complex problems, but we have to do it with budget and resource constraints. And so these expectations have evolved, and the challenge, I think, has gotten harder for us. What it means, a couple of things, but I think the biggest takeaway that I have, and hopefully I can share with you today, is that we have to use automation within our organizations and let that be a key part of the problem solving capability that we have. We got to go quick, and we have to automate. And so at Grant Thornton, we focused heavily on creating good employee experiences. And so with that spirit, I wanted to share some practical and impactful transformation stories of how we looked at the knowledge flow and tried to use automation to improve things. So I'll take you through maybe half a dozen examples. I think we have enough time for 6. And we'll show you how we use Microsoft and other automation tools to improve how we do KM. So hopefully that's exciting for you, and hopefully you'll get a few things that you can take away. All right, first one I want to show you is our submit content form. And this is persistent at the top of our modern digital workspace. And so we call that Canvas. And our goal was to make Canvas easy and to make the intake form really user-friendly. So the idea is that anybody in our firm can submit a variety of content and get that published onto our digital workspace. And so we detect who a user is based on SharePoint profile, and then we give them a set of options for what they can do. Most people get a more basic version of the intake form, so maybe the first 2 or 3 things that you see on the right side there, because we want to keep things simple and easy. And then we have power users. We call them knowledge ambassadors. And for them, we have a couple hundred of them. We have a whole host of options of what they can do to interact with our content management team. And then once you pick what you want from that front part of the form, we've got power apps behind them. And so this is an example of one of the power app forms that we have. It has several input fields. Any professional can fill this in, and that's how they share their knowledge with the rest of the firm quickly and easily. And so once this gets filled out, the submission gets stored in a back-end SharePoint list. And that's all what Power Automate does for us. Once it's in that back-end list, then we have another round of automation that takes place. And so you can see a different tab of that submission form, and this is for our content management team. And so the back-end SharePoint list gets updated with requests that come in. And then we have another Power app that runs and triggers an internal process just within our content management team. And there, that's how we figure out how the content's going to get published. This takes care of assigning the right person to the task. It takes care of quality review. That's what I'm sharing up on the screen here. It takes care of internal approvals and external approvals with the users, and handles all the communications with our stakeholders so that we can publish the content. And we have a service level agreement. It might be 1 day, 3 days, or 5 days, depending on the level of urgency. And so all of that gets handled within a Power app, which I think is pretty cool. And then when we're done with the work, the next step of the automation sends out a final approval email to the requester. And then they can just say, yep, it looks good, we're ready to publish, or no, I want to make one more change. And our team can make that change, and then we'll release it. And so it's a pretty clean process for getting things done, and it eliminates the back and forth emails because a lot of it's automated. The third piece of the puzzle is pretty cool too. So once we've done the work, once we've gotten the input and then we've done the work, we want to measure our customer satisfaction. So after our content management team finishes the work and the customer approves and the content gets published, there's another automated email that goes out. And this one goes to the submitter. It has a super short survey, and we just collect some quick information about how satisfied our customers are. So that's a neat capability. And then on the back end of all of that, we calculate a net promoter score, or an NPS score. And you've probably heard of that in multiple customer service functions. We really rely on NPS. That helps us monitor how we're doing over time. And so we have a Power BI dashboard, another Microsoft tool, where we can look at our NPS scores for individuals on our content management team, and we can consolidate and look at it across our content management team overall. And what I love about all of this is we did this, we built it, we iterated it over time. We started with what you saw first, that content submission form, and that took, we really went back and forth on how to do that, and wanted to create that and get good automation. And then we digitized the internal process management for how we assign the work and how we do quality reviews. And the team did an awesome job with that. And then we said, hey, let's take it even further. Let's really get into customer satisfaction. So we added the net promoter score with the tracking and the automation for the emails and the forms and the dashboards. And we've built it up over time, which I think is really powerful. It's a powerful success story for us. And it's all using Microsoft tools. I told you at the beginning, we went in with both feet. So you saw SharePoint, you saw Power Apps, you saw Power Automate, you saw Microsoft Forms, and you saw Power BI. As far as the impact, I think we've gotten great feedback from our users. They've told us that compared to our old system, that we've improved quality, we've improved the relevance of the content that we're posting, and we're encouraging people to come back for more because we've made it easy. And so our old system, before we upgraded to our modern digital workspace, we used to get a few 100,000 visits annually. Now, in the last year, I think we got over 5 million on our new platform. The searches that get initiated by the virtue of having more updated content, searches grew from thousands to more than 500,000 in the last year on our platform. So this process gave us a 7% year-over-year reduction in abandoned searches, which I think is pretty cool, and just overall a 22% improvement on content findability. And that's been really powerful as well. And we've used surveys to get this. We've also used analytics to track, how people are doing with searches. And so that leads me into our second case of how we're using analytics to get better insights into what our users think. For us, monitoring user behavior is critical because we want people to keep coming back to our knowledge products. We want them to use them more and more. We want to drive higher adoption. And so what we've done with analytics, we have 3 different tools that we've kind of assembled together to make a comprehensive ecosystem. So the first one we'll talk about is Google Analytics. And so we get intelligent data mining from Google Analytics because we've embedded the Google Analytics code into our SharePoint sites. It's very easy to do with Google Analytics. That allows us to get things like, as you can see on the screen here, page views, document downloads, click-through rates, user demographics, and all of that helps us better understand consumption patterns. Now, we found though that Google Analytics wasn't enough. We wanted to know more about how people were using our sites, but also we wanted to know more about our users. So we mashed up some data, and Power BI, Microsoft's dashboard tool, that really let us create some user-friendly dashboards for our team and for our ambassadors so we can rearrange the data. We want to be able to make decisions to have better relevance, have more quality to the content that we have. And so what we did with Power BI is we mashed up that user data from Google Analytics, and we combine it with demographic data that we have from our internal HR systems. Again, from a privacy standpoint, which I imagine for those of you in Europe are very important, it's allowed us to keep the content that Google collects not tied to the individual user, and then information that ties usage plus who our people are, that's internal within our Microsoft cloud, which has privacy and protection things on it. And so that was a really powerful combination of the Google Analytics data and Power BI. And then we can slice and dice the usage data by location, by career level, by service line, whether someone's doing audit or tax or consulting. We can do a lot more to see how people are using the system, but also who they are. Third piece of the puzzle is really cool too. The content that we create is one thing. Making sure that content is placed on the page is also really important. And so we've discovered through our Microsoft 365 license that we also have access to Microsoft Clarity. Clarity is a really neat tool. If you haven't seen Clarity yet, I really encourage you to check it out, especially if you're a Microsoft user already. The biggest thing for us has been heat maps. This lets us see how users are using our site. It helps us understand high and low engagement areas on the page. It helps us understand scroll rates. It also tells us where our users are getting frustrated, which is really important. We have learned a lot in the last couple of years around parameters like rage clicks, where people are clicking, fast, really quickly on something because it's not working. We learn about dead clicks, where users click on something but nothing happens. We've also learned about quick backs. These are moments where someone goes to a new page but immediately hits the back button to go to the previous one. And by looking at that user experience, it's telling us where the problems are, and then it's letting us turn those problems into opportunities because we can make some different choices about how things flow. And so for the heat map that you see on the slide, every blue dot represents a click. You'll notice there are blue dots everywhere, and where they're really concentrated, they turn red and green. This tool captures every click made by a user. We also have different screen sizes where people are zoomed in. So we're still learning with Microsoft Clarity about how to adjust that. But it's been an incredible learning opportunity for us to see how people are using the system. So really cool one. Hope you're inspired to try some more things with analytics. Third case I want to talk about is something we did with Power Apps. It's hard when you're so deep in with Microsoft to keep up with everything Microsoft is constantly releasing. Staying ahead of the enhancements that come out in the Microsoft 365 suite of software is really critical for us, especially from a KM standpoint, from a collaboration standpoint, because our systems are built on these foundations. And so if we don't monitor what's coming soon in SharePoint and Teams and Stream and other tools, that might lead to system errors and have some of those bad experiences that you saw with analytics, but also can just create a bad user experience overall. On the flip side, though, if we do stay on top of what Microsoft is pushing out, if we're able to pinpoint what's relevant for us, we can promote newly launched features pretty much the day they come out. And that allows us to drive awareness and build adoption for the new capabilities that we create. So from a change management standpoint, this has been huge for us. So we use the combination of a Microsoft Power App, Power Automate, and SharePoint to build a simple module that helps us stay ahead of Microsoft's releases. So we're not just reacting to them after they've been released, but it allows us some time to prepare and make some informed decisions that are best for our environment. And so what you see here on the screen is Microsoft's 365 roadmap. If you look on the far right side, there's an RSS link. RSS is old, but it's a feed that allows you to get dynamic updates. So we took advantage of that. So we took their RSS feed and we feed that into a SharePoint list. And then Power Automate, grabs that and helps us do some other things with it. So what you see next, the Power App that we built on top of that. So we take in all of the data that comes in from that RSS feed and we organize it. And this was a really cool Power App that we made. And you can see on the left all the different products that Microsoft has, and then they're in different stages. We can look at them, and we have a governance team that takes a look at each new enhancement that Microsoft has put out there or any updates to them. And then we make some choices. We decide which of these are relevant for us at Grant Thornton. And you can see some of the buttons down at the bottom. We can email some information about that enhancement. We can check it off as being relevant. We can cross it off as being not relevant. We're not going to get any more updates around that. The second button that you see there, that's Microsoft ADO or Azure DevOps. And so that's a really cool piece of our automation where if we decide that something's relevant for us, we can then trigger a new user story that gets added to our product backlog in ADO. So we use ADO to manage our software, and we're using ADO to also manage upgrades to Microsoft Teams and SharePoint, which I think is pretty cool. So by being able to automatically create a user story in ADO, that lets more of our technical colleagues, our development folks, our testing folks, they then can see what's coming up on the roadmap from Microsoft. We can prepare for implementation. We can slot these user stories into our sprints. Again, if you're doing software development, there's no development for the most part that we need to do. It's just, Microsoft's doing the work. That's the software integrator, if you think about it from that context. But it lets us prepare for implementation. So we can test these things as soon as they're ready. Also, our release management, our change management team, they get to see what's coming. We have an ADO dashboard that gives a view of what's coming next. And then they can bundle these things up, and we can communicate to our employees. And we do a monthly news story on our digital workspace, and that tells people the latest enhancements with Microsoft Teams and other things that we think they're going to want to know about. This was a really big deal with COVID. When everybody started working from home, it was a lot more important for people to understand the latest and greatest enhancements that were coming on Microsoft Teams and Yammer, because that's where we're doing a lot of our collaboration. I have a cool success story I wanted to share, and this came directly out of being able to track it in the Power App. So if you're a user of Yammer, you might know that Yammer was actually the first of the Microsoft 365 products to introduce diverse skin tones for reactions, which I think is really powerful. And we loved this. We were closely monitoring the release of this functionality. As soon as this was ready for Yammer, we introduced it, we promoted it in conjunction with our teams that are looking at diversity and equity and inclusion, and people were really excited about it. People have a better sense of representation when they're interacting on Yammer. The downside was Microsoft Teams wasn't rolling this out. It was just on Yammer. And so Teams hadn't caught up yet. And so because we were able to see this was coming, not only were we able to promote it for Yammer, it also let us get a jump start on going out to Microsoft's online community and asking for a new feature, which was, hey, you did this for Yammer, let us have this for Teams as well. And so we did a well-coordinated effort to crowdsource upvotes from our teammates, from our friends, from our clients on Microsoft's user voice platform, which was the previous platform they were using to get suggestions for new functionality. I know specifically that because of the work we did, we got over 500 additional votes, which I think is pretty powerful for adding the emojis and the skin tones on Microsoft Teams. That moved it up higher on Microsoft's priority list. And then we got to roll out that expanded emoji set on Teams last summer. And again, I think we had a hand in that because we were monitoring the enhancements. This is the kind of thing that you can do when you stay on top of all the things that Microsoft is pumping out. So hopefully that's inspiring too, to stay closer tuned to what Microsoft is pushing out. Okay, let me talk about our fourth case. If you have a lot of SharePoint sites, you probably know that managing access can get tricky as you grow. So having some governance on top of system security was really important for us. It can be a mundane process, but we took it seriously. We really thought that if we don't manage this stuff centrally, people are going to get access to things that they shouldn't. If somebody's out of the office, they might not be able to approve an access request quickly. And so we wanted to put some process automation and some delegation that we could automate into the flow of approving access so that we could reduce the repeatable work, but also make sure we had compliance when things needed to be secured. And so we overcame a limit with SharePoint. Actually, sorry, let me show one more thing here. We overcame the challenge where with access, only an owner can grant access. But I don't want to have owners for 300, 250 sites, because then there's too much control that people have. And so we made a centralized list of all of our site collections on Canvas, our digital workspace, and we consolidated that into one master SharePoint list. And then we made 2 people owners. I was one of them. And we ran an automation that goes through my inbox, and all the request approvals go through my inbox. It does clog up my inbox just a tiny bit, but I just don't look at those emails anymore because I know Power Automate is going to pick those up. So Power Automate now has a flow which crawls my inbox. It looks at the subject line for a name wants to access something. And then that triggers an automation process to identify the actual page URL. It parses out the site collection, which is really important because we've got to figure out who we want the approver to be based on that site collection. And we also grab some of the requester details. That then populates another list that we have. We track all of the requests that come in on what we call our unique material access list. And so that's got workflow on it, so that whenever you add a record to that list, we've got workflow that will then, using my access, go and grant people access to that page. So it's all done through one account, so we don't have to grant owner access to 250 people. There's also approval workflow in there. So I don't have to approve them, even though it's going through my mailbox. For each site collection, we have dedicated folks who are the right ones who can decide, yeah, this person should have access, or no, this thing really needs to be locked down. And so even though the request comes into me, the automation sends the email to a pre-designated advisor based on another list that we have, and it's that person that approves or rejects the request. So they don't have to have full admin rights on the site collection, but they can give approvals. And so you can see, here's an example of what those emails look like, and then that will go to someone else in our firm to approve it. And then they can approve it either through the approvals workflow that runs in the email, or you can go out to Microsoft Teams. There's an approval app, and you can see immediately, you get a notification that you have something that has to get approved. So it's pretty cool. I think it's neat how all of that stuff comes together. Last thing is, once everything's been done, another email goes out to the user with some instructions of, hey, we see your request, it's been approved, here's why, or it's been rejected, and here's why. And all this stuff happens behind the scenes. The automation does everything here. This took about 60 hours for us to build end to end. And we did a lot of testing to make sure that it worked. But it was really fun. We pulled people together who were excited about using Power Automate, and they got a chance to experiment. And in 60 hours, we built something, and we're approving access requests 5 times faster than what we used to be able to do. So I think that's really powerful. Okay, quickly, I want to show you 2 other cool things, and then we'll leave some time for Q&A. Fifth thing I want to show you is around bots. And so knowledge flows are tough, especially in a professional services firm, because it's not automated. We got to go ask people for their stuff. And I'm sure you as KM professionals, you've run into this too. You're always chasing people down of like, hey, I heard you did this project. Would love to get some of your content. Can we share that more? And so what we did at Grant Thornton is we developed what we call an IP bot, our intellectual property bot. And so it automates the process of capturing reusable intellectual property. This has been exciting for us. Some people might call this the holy grail of KM. We're getting there. This is the first step. There's more to do, but I think it's really powerful. We used a tool called Catalytic, which is not a Microsoft, but it's a workflow automation that's low code. It click and create digital processes. And so the bot automates the identification of closed client engagements from our financial systems. And it also grabs some key information like who the people are, what the solution was, what industry it was in, by grabbing some metadata from our financial system. So you can see a high-level flow on the screen of what we do. And so just quickly, we're going through our firm's billable time recording system. We're looking for anything that's been recently closed, a client engagement that's been recently closed. We're going to grab some metadata about that engagement, who was staffed on it, what solutions we delivered, what industry the client was in. And then it triggers an email to all of the people who are on the engagement. And we say, hey, we heard your engagement ended. We'd love to get some of your content that you think could be reused and shared with people in the future. It's a very simple submission form that they have to fill out. Just 1 or 2 fields, and then they're going to upload a document. That then gets routed to people who can scrub the content. And then we can route that to subject matter experts who can verify, hey, is this thing good and can we reuse it? So it's pretty neat that, you know, we can use resources to clean and redact content, because we got to remove some sensitive information from some of our deliverables. We use automation to send it to people to review. And then if they're good with it, if they're good with the scrubbing, you know, we then send it to our KM team, and they'll put more metadata on it. They'll publish it to our workspace. And then the next time users are looking for something, they can use our search, or they can use our resource centers where content is centralized, and they can get good information. And so feeds the KM system. And so for all of us who are constantly looking for content that we can reuse, this is our new engine for doing it. We've rolled it out in a couple of solution areas, getting great traction with it so far. We have plans in the next couple months to roll this out across our entire consulting business. So really powerful there. All right, one more I want to mention, and then I'll open up for Q&A. I want to mention our chatbot. So at Grant Thornton, we have an artificial intelligence powered chatbot that's integrated with Microsoft Teams. We've named our chatbot Alex, and users can ask Alex questions when they need help or they want support. We've started with IT. So you can ask pretty much any technology related question using Alex. We're going to expand that soon to HR questions, finance questions, procurement questions, and that's coming in the months ahead. A huge source of the answers that the chatbot gives, it comes from what we publish on our digital workspace. So the chatbot actually ingests content from our SharePoint sites, and it uses that to craft the responses for users. So we found a lot of power in combining the two, that we've connected our user support functions, our help desk functions, with our firm's knowledge base in our digital workspace. And that's been a great combination for us. The bulk of the content that Alex ingests is pulled from resources that our KM team manages. And so we have like a full circle here of we're providing great content for Alex. Alex gives answers to customers. The AI is learning. So as we find questions that the chatbot can't answer, we work closely with our IT support team and figure out what those are, make sure the chatbot can answer them, but also make sure that we feed that back to our digital workspace. So we do a weekly review of unanswered questions that the chatbot has and make adjustments. We do weekly updates for tech support to make sure that the chatbot has the latest information. We look at broken links on Canvas that the chatbot might be using, and we make sure that those get updated. And then to feed everything back to the chatbot, we also look on a monthly basis of what were the most searched terms on our digital workspace, and then we make sure that the chatbot can answer those questions as well. So we're really trying to have this symbiotic relationship between the two. Okay. That's all I've got. I really want to leave time for Q&A. I'm happy to talk with you more after the session. So I have my contact information there, email, my LinkedIn account. You can scan the QR code and get both of those things as well. So I'll pivot here. I'm going to switch screens and open up the Q&A, and we'll see what kind of questions we have here. Okay, the first question. Wow, we got a bunch of them. Let me start at the bottom here. Which tech did you use for? Oh, sorry, that's the newest one. I'll answer that one. No, go to the top. Yeah.
Let's go to the top, please, Doug.
You bet. You bet.
Something else. Something else. Zero risk approach. I think it came in while you were talking, so it's related to the your talk.
Yeah, I think with automation you got to test. You got to chunk it up into small pieces. With automation, you're figuring out what's the process flow, and then what are each of the steps in the process flow, and then you put it all together. You can decide you only want to automate certain pieces of it and let other things still continue to be manual if you feel like there's high risk in some of those things. But you can assemble each of those building blocks, test the heck out of them, and then assemble them at the end. I think for us, that was really important. Again, we took an iterative approach to some of these automations as well. Like if you think about the content management flow, we did just the intake, and then we did just the internal processes for quality review, and then we did just the NPS piece. So I would say, chunk it up and then do it in small pieces. Let's see, centralized content management after upload definitely has merits to capture the metadata correctly. Yes, I think that's a great point, Aretha. Hope I said your name right. That was a key piece of our success at Grant Thornton was centralizing content management. We have given access to our knowledge ambassadors. Again, it's about 250, 300 people around our firm. They're our power users. In a pinch, they're allowed to publish things, but because we have a centralized team that's so good and so fast, just about everybody relies on our content management team to do the publishing, and that's made a huge difference for us. So yeah, I'd say centralized content management is a key to our success. Let's see, next question is, how do you manage developing strong tools like this between teams which might be IT developing versus architecture and design and KM? That's a great question too. I think this also speaks to our organizational model. Two things here. So one, we have our own knowledge solutions team that we've built out in our KM organization. So this is a team that does enhancements to our digital workspace. Because it's SharePoint, we've been able to position it as more configuration as opposed to software build. So using Microsoft tools has been a big boon for us. But having a dedicated team within KM that develops solutions has also been really critical for us. The other really important thing from an org structure standpoint is we're now part of IT. So our KM organization is part of what we call enterprise transformation. If you remember at the very beginning, I introduced myself as the head of KM and employee experience. So we are integrated. We are part of there were legacy organizations that did KM, that did innovation, and were more traditional IT. We brought all those together into enterprise transformation. So because of that, we have colleagues who are IT colleagues. So KM is not an IT function. I think we're all very clear on that. We're much more customer facing. But because we live in the same family, it's very easy for us to collaborate and understand close to the IT processes so that things move quickly. So organizational structure, I think, has made a big difference. Who leads and how do you develop this where IT agenda goals might be different to yours as KM? So I think that's one piece of it. Another piece I'll speak to, Hamish, is, again, I hope I'm saying folks' names right. We have good governance with KM as well. We started up what we call our intranet advisory board, and that is a group of senior leaders around the firm who have shared ownership for the roadmap of our digital workspace. So this includes Canvas, our intranet, but it also includes Microsoft Teams for collaboration. It includes Microsoft Stream for video. So we've got this consolidated advisory board. So, I'm on it. Our head of IT is on it. Our head of communications is on it. Our head of HR is on it. And then we have senior partners from each of our businesses, our advisory practice, our tax practice, our audit practice, and our public sector practice. And so there's about 10 of us, senior leaders in the firm, and together we set the priorities. And we bring to that group the roadmap of these are the enhancements that we want to do over time to the digital workspace. Do you agree? Also from an organizational structure, our KM team, we have teams who are embedded within each of the organizations. So I've got senior KM leaders who are part of the KM organization, but they're embedded in our tax practice, in our advisory practice, in our public sector practice. And then they're supported by other folks who can deliver. So we have an integrated team. When we talk to our tax practice, we have a tax KM lead, and we have several tax knowledge managers that work together to solve taxes issues. So when we're talking about priorities and an agenda and a roadmap, governance is really the huge key. Having our advisory board that together we steer where the priorities are going, that's been a huge thing for us. Okay, next. Your Power BI is linked and compared to Azure Directory data with the Google Analytics data. Yes, we have in SharePoint. You go in the back end, the guts of it. The SharePoint people profile, it's populated through a tool called Delve, which isn't really used so much anymore in the Microsoft 365 environment, but it's still there, and AD. So Azure Directory has a lot of the core what I'm looking for, demographical data, and that's actually fed by our HR system. So from an architecture standpoint, we've got Oracle with our HR data that feeds Active Directory for a lot of the information that we need from Microsoft, combined with our SharePoint user profiles. We didn't do a ton of customization with SharePoint, but we did do our own custom user profile because we wanted to capture additional data. So on top of a SharePoint user profile, we have our own user profile. All of that comes together. That gets mashed up with Google Analytics data to go into Power BI. We did get pretty fancy with that, but yeah, that's how the data flows. Let's see. How are people encouraged to submit knowledge? Great question, Fiona. Again, we have our submit content button that's prevalent on every page of our digital workspace, so it's always there. We have an awareness and adoption team, our change management engine. And so our awareness and adoption team works closely with our dedicated embedded business team. So our tax folks, our consulting folks, our audit folks. And so it's the combination of our dedicated folks and our awareness and adoption team that together they come up with campaigns. Say, hey, you know what? Here's a place in the business where we haven't been seeing a lot of submissions, and we want to get submissions. And it's different in different parts of the business. I don't want, or I should say, the firm doesn't want users from our audit practice, like an average user, submitting knowledge. It's not the right thing to do. We don't want to share a client's audit. We don't want to share a client's financial statement. That stuff needs to be private. But we're not going to do a targeted outreach for audit. We're going to work with the folks in audit who are the authoritative instruction givers. That they have certain information they want all auditors to have. On the flip side, on the consulting side of our business, we want everybody to share. So we have targeted efforts in different parts of the consulting practice. Say, hey, we haven't gotten a lot from our finance transformation group, but we have gotten a lot from our Oracle solutions group. So we can use the data, the Power BI data around submissions in conjunction with our awareness and adoption efforts to get what we need. Okay. I think we got time for one more question. What was the biggest KM gap challenge that you've addressed? I think it's the digital workspace. We joke around that when we relaunched the KM function about 6 years ago, we had a good team, but they were very focused on the administration of the platform, and the platform itself was old. It was a SharePoint 2003, 2007, SharePoint 2007 custom tool, which was elegant for its time. I give the folks who created a lot of credit. But by the time we were ready to upgrade, it was a good 10, 12 years old. We joked that it was held together with bubble gum and toothpicks. We couldn't, it was frozen, we had a code freeze. We couldn't change anything. So I think the biggest challenge that we solved was modernizing the digital workspace so that we had a platform that was easy, people could interact with. We brought Microsoft Teams into the ecosystem so people could collaborate. We brought Yammer into the ecosystem so that across the enterprise we can have more social collaboration, communities of interest. We brought Microsoft Stream into the ecosystem so we had a better video sharing platform. So all of that together made for a true digital workspace. And I'm really proud of our team for that. I think putting a digital workspace in place that's mod that people can use to not only share knowledge but also collaborate has been a huge win. Okay, I think I'm out of time, so I will turn things back over to
we
the
have
conference
another
organizer.
minute.
Oh, another minute. Okay.
Doug, we have another minute, so do go ahead.
Okay, I'll take one. Just cut me off, dear, whenever.
Yeah, I will. No, that's all right. I think, and then you're coming into the panel, aren't you, later on?
Yes.
Yeah. So, but carry on. We still got a minute to go.
Sure. Okay, the next question is, how big is your team dedicated to 365 development KM? Looks amazing. Seems like a lot of work and expertise. It is amazing. It is a lot of work. We have a small team. So two things I want to say about that. One, our solutions team that's actually making enhancements, it ranges between 3 and 6 people, depending on what we're tackling. But it's a small team. We have someone dedicated for analytics, someone dedicated for user experience, and a few folks that can do enhancements. One of the reasons why I wanted to talk about automation and analytics today is because a lot of this is self-serve. A lot of the automation that you saw here was not created by our development team. It was created by our other KM practitioners who rolled up their sleeves and said, hey, I want to learn how Power Automate works. Oh gosh, this isn't that hard. Let me create some of these automations. So I'd say a good chunk, a majority of the automation that we have were not done by our development team. It was done by our KM practitioners. So maybe that's the inspiring message to leave you all on, which is if you want to do automation, don't be scared by it. Embrace the opportunity, because a lot of this stuff really is self-service. It's no code or low code tools that if you're smart, and if you're in KM, you're probably smart, you can learn how to use these things.
Yes, there's still quite a lot of questions. Shall we take these questions over to the panel? Although the panel is about the takeaways from the conference, but I'm sure we could, you would be able to answer some of them there.
Sure, happy to.
There seems to be a lot of questions, which is really very good, but we have really run out of, maybe just one more minute if you can finish it in a minute or less than a minute.
Yeah, no, I don't think I could take another one.
No, I don't think it'll be a good idea to do it in.
I'll just wrap up and say thank you. Thanks for the
Yeah.
opportunity to present today. I really appreciate it. And I love getting a chance to interact with KM colleagues around the world. Thank you for letting me be here. Thanks for asking so many great questions. This was a lot of fun to do, and hopefully you got inspired. Hopefully you saw at least one thing here that you can go try on your own. So I wish you all the best and hope to continue the conversation.
Okay, we'll speak at the panel, and may I ask the delegates if they want to submit their questions if they want to again at the panel, and we'll see if we can fit it in. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you, Doug, and we'll see you at the panel, as I said. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
See you soon.
Hi, we're back now till our last presentation before the panel. We have Kaushik here, who is from Netherlands. He's going to speak about knowledge management in Six Sigma. So that's an interesting aspect of knowledge management. So do keep your questions coming, and over to you, Kaushik.
Thank you, Dhira. Great to be here. Thanks for having me. So just a quick introduction about myself. My name is Kaushik Roy. I currently work as the Senior Knowledge Management Advisor at FMO. I am based in The Hague, Netherlands. I have been into the domain of knowledge management for most of the past 20 years. Into various consulting practices, and then I moved into the development impact sector with some projects with Save the Children, IDLO, and now with FMO. So without much delay, let me talk about knowledge management and Six Sigma. Like I said, I have been into the domain of knowledge management for many years, but I've also been into the domain of process excellence, process improvement, and Six Sigma and the DMAC process has been a personal passion of mine. And then about 5 to 6 years back, I did my first consultancy project where I combined both of these. I'm sure the knowledge wheel that you see here, the create, acquire, organize, store, transfer, apply, and learn would be very, very familiar to you. And maybe the Six Sigma DMAC process, which you also see here, might also be familiar to many people. But I really saw a great potential to get these two methods together. And I have implemented many knowledge management solutions using these two methods. To take a step back, I feel that when knowledge management tries to solve the problems of efficiency, productivity, that is the best place where Six Sigma can come into the picture. So what I will do now is I will take you through each of the steps in the Six Sigma model and then show you how can a knowledge management system be implemented via this. So going forward, these are the basic 5 steps of a Six Sigma model: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. Going to the first phase, define. The first thing that we do when implementing knowledge management in any organization is to define why are we doing this? What are we trying to solve? So it can be that maybe just few departments of an organization need knowledge management intervention, or maybe we want to implement the knowledge management system for the whole organization. So it's very important to define the objectives. And that can be from a process improvement standpoint, that can be from an access to knowledge standpoint, it can be connecting people to people or connecting people to content. So all aspects of knowledge management are there, but it's very important to define what objective we have. And again, while we are doing this, we need to make sure that these objectives are linked to the organization's business goals. Because again, I have learned this the hard way. Knowledge management cannot exist just on its own. It has to enable the organization to reach its vision, its mission, its goals. So it's very important to align these objectives with the whole organization's objectives. Again, part of the define phase here. Next thing, who will help us to implement all our knowledge management solutions? So we have the stakeholders. And the stakeholders groups can be, they can be our supporters. Some of the stakeholders can also be detractors. So it's very important in this first phase, in the define phase, to map out all our stakeholders to see who can help us and who can't. And also at this point of time, we also want to make sure that we have the right resources. And they might not always be knowledge management resources or in part of the knowledge management team per se. In many organizations that I've worked, the KM team is a relatively small team as compared to the organization size. So here, it's very important to also identify maybe some knowledge champions across each department. What these knowledge champions do is to bridge the gap between the business and the KM team. And they would be instrumental in making sure that the right needs, the right challenges from a KM perspective are sent to the KM team. And hence, then the KM solutions can be designed according to those needs and challenges. One example of how do we map stakeholders is this. Usually we can map out the stakeholders in the approvers, influencers, supporters, focal points. The focal points could be the knowledge champions I spoke about. And of course, very importantly, end users. And the stakeholder, the 4 blocker, I know typical consultancy 4 blockers, but yes, I have found this very useful. So if we map the stakeholders on a grid which has influence and interest, it sort of helps us in managing the stakeholders over a long period of time. And also, it's also quite important to know who our end users are. Again, based on my experience, I have often found that solutions, both game solutions and any other solution in an organization, are at many times designed and implemented without getting inputs from the end users right at phase 1. And then once we implement the solution, we roll it out, we find that they are not being used. Why? one of the root causes of that is that the end users have not been taken into account while designing the solution. So that's why I make it a point to make sure that end users are part of my stakeholder group. Moving on, resources. Who is our team? So who will help us implement the knowledge management solutions? And more often than not, we need help from various departments. Knowledge management is deeply entrenched into processes. So if there's a process management team in the organization, we will need help from them. Knowledge management is deeply entrenched into the culture of an organization. So the HR team, the top management, they come into the picture. And of course, many of knowledge management systems also need ICT help, information technology help. So again, it's very important to see what resources do we need, and what kind of help do we need from various departments. So again, I include this as part of my defined phase. Here we create a very, very high level work plan, because we don't really have our solutions right now. But what we do at this phase is we define the work plan, including some milestones for our DMAIC, define, measure, analyze, improve, and control phase. By when do we want to complete these phases? Of course, you will see later on, when we have identified the specific solutions, we will have a much more detailed implementation plan. But here it's also important to make sure we have a kind of a work plan in place. Moving on, I don't know whether there are any questions right now. I mean, we can either take them at the end, but please feel to interrupt me if you have any questions right now. We can have an interactive session. That's also fine. But if there are no questions, I will move on. The measure phase. So typically in a Six Sigma scenario, when it's not knowledge management, the measure phase is to measure the efficiency of the various processes, to measure the number of defects, amount of time it's taking to implement a particular process, because the objective is from a kind of process standpoint, we minimize the number of defects, we increase the quality, we minimize the turnaround time. But here, keeping the knowledge management implementation in mind, there's a different aspect to measure. So the first thing that I usually do in this phase is to map out the organizational structure. This might seem very obvious, we all know that all organizations have the org structure in place. But again, it's very important to see who is doing what, whether there are any overlaps between departments, between teams, and whether there are any, even knowledge management roles in various teams, or whether there's a need of a knowledge manager in a particular team. So it's very important to map out the org structure, to identify the objectives and the goals of each department, to see what kind of roles, what kind of competencies are there, because these will be a very, very crucial element when we implement these solutions. Because keep in mind, all our stakeholders are part of this org structure. All our end users are part of the org structure. And also very importantly, there will be detractors who are also part of this org structure. So it's very important to map out the org structure in this phase. Employee inputs. Again, this is where we talk about the end users. So here, what I would do, again, based on the size of the organization, we either talk to everyone, or we talk to the knowledge champions, who are representatives of their departments and teams. And the objective here is to understand what are the needs, what are the challenges from a knowledge management standpoint, from a collaboration standpoint, from a information access standpoint, for various teams and departments. Again, sometimes we find that there's a common thread running from a challenge standpoint. Sometimes we also find that there are some specific departments who have a unique type of knowledge management requirement, who have a unique type of knowledge management challenge. So again, this phase becomes very important to understand what we need, because this will guide us at the end, of this DMAX Six Sigma implementation, about what type of solutions we will implement, what type of solutions we will prioritize, and for who we are doing this. Because it's extremely important to keep in mind a solution that's being implemented. It's very important to keep in mind who are we doing this for. So here, in this particular phase, we get all the inputs. Benchmarking is also a very, very important element in the measure phase. Here, what we do is, again, based on the needs and challenges, we benchmark various good practices in knowledge management across the world. It can be, for example, if I'm implementing a knowledge management solution for a bank, I would benchmark maybe different banks. If I'm doing it for a consulting organization, I would do it for a consulting organization. But I've also found in my experience that there are very useful good practices that can be replicated across different industries. So I once did a project for a medical systems organization, and there were many good practices from there that we could implement, for example, for a aviation firm also. So it's not that these are industry specific, but some of the good practices are also industry agnostic. So again, very important thing to do to benchmark good practices with the objective to see which of the good practice can be replicated in this organization, because some people might already have a solution to a problem that I am having right now, or the organization that I am engaged with has right now. So this again becomes a very important phase of the measure phase. Then, all the different elements that I just spoke about, it's important to make sure all this data and information is collated into very, very clear documents. None of the information is lost, because again, everything that we are doing here will be used, in subsequent steps. Moving forward, so that was the define and analyze phase. And again, quickly to summarize, what we did was, we defined what we are going to do. We defined the stakeholders. We identified the resources. We created a work plan. We did a benchmarking. We got employee inputs. And now with all that, we come to the analyze phase. So here, it's, analyze the data and identify the problem areas. So you would recall, from the previous steps, what all information can we get here. So here we see what all, information we have gathered, and we identify the key areas that we want to target. And for example, based on the employee inputs, based on the stakeholder inputs, we might have, 15 different problem areas that we want to target. But of course, we can't target everything at the same point of time. So it's very important to see, okay, maybe this year we will do the first 3, challenges. We will just focus on these areas. I mean, I heard a very, very nice, similarity between implementing knowledge management and renovating a house. So either the objective can be to renovate, my entire house. So I need a beautiful kitchen, I need a great living room, I need a nice den to watch movies in. But do we have the budget, do we have the time to do everything? It might be the case that, okay, maybe we can just solve the, lighting problem first. So we just do the lights of the entire house, because that might be one of the key challenges. Maybe I focus on water. So wherever there is water in the kitchen, in the bathrooms, I solve that part. So again, it's very important to see which areas are priorities at this point in time for me. So, I can prioritize those particular challenges. I have found this is from the APQC. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with this model. I have found this very useful in measuring the maturity of knowledge management in a particular organization at a particular point of time. And also this becomes very useful in monitoring how we are doing from a maturity standpoint. So, again, based on all that we have gathered in the define and measure phase, it's very useful to plot the present state of knowledge management maturity for my organization at this point in time. So you see there are 5 steps here, start from growing awareness, and the level 5th is continuously improving practices. I have often found that, when I am called to implement a KM solution for an organization, I see that the organization is usually at either level 1 or 2. Just to drill down a bit here, level 1 is the growing awareness, in the sense that the organization knows that there is a challenge, and the organization knows that a knowledge management system, a knowledge management solution can help to address that particular challenge. Localized and repeatable practices is that there are some places in some departments, there are some good practices going on in knowledge management, but it's not sort of implemented across the organization. Common approaches and practices is that the game systems, the game practices, also very importantly, the game culture is sort of, it's going across various departments. Level 4 and 5 are usually the organization who are at the top maturity of game. So what we mean by measured and adaptive is that the game benefits are being tracked and measured, and they have been adapted across various departments, again, based on their needs and challenges. And level 5 is where knowledge management is directly impacting the organization's, top line. You can say it might be revenue, it might be impact based on the type of organization, and it is facilitating innovation. So these are the 5 steps of maturity for KM. There are many other models also available in the market, so please feel free to explore. But the APQs is one that I have used and I found it quite useful. Then we come down to processes. It is extremely important to understand that each process has a unique area of managing knowledge. Let me see. Yeah. So this is an example of a process. This is this is an example of a research organization. So the middle 2 rows you see is the actual process. So the intake form, you have the terms of reference, you define the method, you have the first draft of a knowledge product, you assess, and then you get the final knowledge product. I mean, this is an example. You can take any process here. What is important to understand here is for each process step, there is some knowledge which is required, right? I mean, I am doing a particular task. I need something. I need maybe a guidelines document. I might need some references. I might need market data. So the knowledge required for each process step can either be internal or also external, but we need knowledge for each process step. By the way, the knowledge required can also be my experience, my skills. That's also a type of knowledge, right? And then for each process steps, there also will be or might be knowledge which is generated. So I find this model very useful in mapping out the knowledge requirement and the knowledge generation from a process standpoint, and then we see whether the knowledge required is easily available, is it easily accessible, is it easily searchable, and whether the knowledge generated is again being documented and stored somewhere. So based on this, we also find out where our challenge areas are, again, which will, going forward, guide the implementation. Moving on, the cause and effect, study. So this is the typical fishbone diagram. We have the problem area based on, again, all the findings that we did in the previous phases. We drill down to the root causes, and what we do when we select the solution is to make sure that the root causes are addressed for each solution, for each problem area. Again, this is a very, very typical Six Sigma process improvement kind of method, the fishbone diagram. But again, I found it very useful in drilling down to root causes for any type of problem. And usually what we do when we try to identify the root causes is to do the why study. So the why is, ask 5 whys. For example, if I am not able to find information easily, I ask why. Why? Because I can't search for the information. The search that doesn't work. Why the search that doesn't work? We have the internet, we have all the documents. Maybe a taxonomy framework is not defined. So, keep on asking the why till we get down to the very root cause, and then the game solution will target that particular root cause. Moving on, now we come to the 4th phase. Define, measure, analyze has been done. Now comes the exciting part of this entire model. We identify the potential solution. So we have all our root causes. We have the the roles, responsibilities of the organization structure mapped. Now we again do a kind of brainstorming exercise to see, okay, what kind of solutions can we implement to to target all these root causes that I have. One implementation that I did in the past, I think, the list was huge. We had about 70 or 75 different root causes, and to address those, we came up to about 50 different solutions, because of course, one solution can also address multiple root causes. So here is the kind of blank sheet kind of brainstorming session where we talk to people, we talk to stakeholders, we have group discussions and all that to identify any potential solution that might target our root causes. Then, very important, we of course can't implement all the different solutions that we have selected, right? Again, time, budget, resources will be the roadblocks here. So we prioritize our solutions, and again, this is a framework of prioritizing solutions that I have used, which I find very useful. For each, you see the problem area, you see the root cause, we have the potential solution, and then what we do is we map out the potential solutions based on feasibility, impact, and time. Feasibility is how easy is it to implement, and that has resources, cost, support, and all that kind of thing. And we do it on a scale of 1 to 10. Impact is how much of the organization does it impact? Does it only impact maybe a small department, or maybe the solution has a potential to impact the whole organization? And then the time taken is the time taken to implement the solution. Is it a quick win, or maybe it's a huge big project which will take us 6 months to implement? Based on these scores, we come to a net score of feasibility multiplied by impact multiplied by time, and based on these scores, we then prioritize our solutions. And this sheet is so useful, because maybe out of 50 solutions, we say, okay, for this year we will implement 5 based on this scoring sheet. We can again come back to this sheet next year to see what's the next set of solutions that we should implement. But again, importantly, we need to also analyze a bit of the root causes and the problem areas, because those might have changed. But again, this kind of sheet, I have found it very useful in not only the first phase of implementation for knowledge management, but also in a long term. Then comes the risk management. It's also very important to know where all can we fail, which areas can we fail, and how do we manage those risks. This again is a model that I've used to analyze the failure mode of each knowledge management solution that we have implemented, and then how do we manage. I won't go into the details here, we don't have much time left, but again, there are many models available. The only thing to note is that risk management, the failure management is an important step to consider when we are implementing knowledge management solutions. Then also important, always we should have pilot projects. The big bang, whole big project is quite exciting. Those are the jazzy solutions, but it's also important to showcase quick wins, showcase pilot projects, that this is how it will work in the future. Quick wins, something that maybe you can implement in a couple of weeks, but that also gets the visibility of knowledge management, gets the benefits of knowledge management out in the open. It becomes apparent to not only the top management, but also to all the employees that here are some knowledge management solutions which really work, which get benefits. So it's very important at this stage also to implement some pilot projects, implement some quick wins, but of course always remember that these need to sort of go back to the root causes, to the challenges that we have identified in all these phases. And here we have the implementation plan. So we have the prioritized solutions. Now we create an implementation plan, and of course this implementation plan will have the projects for the solutions and the resources, the timelines, the costs, and also all that. So the whole project management part comes into place here. Moving on, the last phase, control phase, but again, very important. I have seen so many solutions, implemented, very useful solutions, but they sort of die down. They sort of fade away with time. So it's important to have a control phase for all our knowledge management solutions, and the awareness and adoption is a very, very important part of this. How do we make sure that people are aware of what has been implemented? How do we make sure that people are adopting these solutions? So a conscious awareness and adoption plan is required. And again, we should not ever underestimate the importance of this phase. Then integrate and standardize. So we have implemented some knowledge management solutions. We may have new processes, we may have new systems, and also importantly, we have some elements of the culture. I didn't focus much on culture because we are talking about the method of implementing a knowledge management solution based on the Six Sigma method, but I have heard this many times, and it's so true that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So it's very, very important to understand the culture of an organization while implementing all these solutions, and it's also very important to integrate the solutions within the organization's key processes and to standardize them. If you remember, going back to the game maturity models, it's once we reach at a high stage, we say that our solutions have been standardized. What it means is it's sort of prevalent across the different departments. They are integrated within the organization's key processes, and KM becomes a way of life. KM becomes integrated within the organization. So that step becomes very important. Change management, again, a very, very underrated element, but again, something which can, make or break knowledge management solution. So again, a conscious change management plan is very important. It's very important to have resources. It's very important to allocate time to this part. And then a KPI framework. It's very important to measure how we are doing. I am a strong believer of something that if we are not able to measure it, how do we know it's working? How do we improve it? How do we know what needs to be changed? So again, a KPI framework is quite important for all our solutions. Maybe 3 months after the solution has been implemented, the KPI framework will help you understand whether you need to make any course corrections, whether you need to change anything. And I totally understand that in knowledge management, it's very, very difficult to have quantitative measures. So what I do is, for a KPI framework for any solution, it's very important to have a mix of a quantitative and qualitative KPI framework. So KPI is key process indicators. So again, it's very important to measure to improve. I think that brings us to the end of the presentation. Coming back to the screen we saw earlier, the best of both worlds, knowledge management, Six Sigma, and how they can merge together to become a very, very productive and efficient solution for an organization. So thank you. That was my presentation. Any questions that anyone has?
If you go to the side where the Q&A tab is, there are questions already there.
Yes, I can see that.
Yes. So
first one, how much time do I have left?
Oh, you have 10 minutes and you can overrun a little bit. That's okay.
Okay, that's great. Okay, the first one by Retha Prinsloo. Always interesting when a client does not have an up-to-date org structure in a centralized place, especially because of silos that have no overarching governance with respect to org architecture or HR governance, indicating a lack of game. Very, very true, extremely true. Like I said, when I was talking about the org structure, that, sometimes it might be a very obvious thing, right? Okay, org structure, yes, everyone has that, but it's so true that sometimes the org structure that has been mapped out is not actually representative of the organization. So it's very, very important from a knowledge management standpoint to revisit that if there's already something, but again, if there's nothing to map out the org structure, because without that, it really won't work. The second one is, are there tools, the measuring phase to collect this info, like the stakeholders analysis chart, or is it through surveys and discussions? It's mainly through surveys and discussions, but there are different tools to collect. For example, there are various brainstorming tools that you can find on Google. So you collect all the information, you synthesize all the information into specific topics. those topics can then be synthesized into challenge areas. I mean, for example, you interview 100 stakeholders. They will have many common threads running, amongst them from a challenge standpoint. So a challenge might be lack of, the challenge might be information findability. So the challenge might not be the lack of information, but the challenge might be information findability. And understand the difference is, very, very important between both of them. That we have a lot of information stored, but I can't find anything. So that might be the challenge. So it's, one tool, like I said, one tool is get all the answers, synthesize them into specific topics. Those topics then can be synthesized them into challenge areas. Okay, and the next question is from Firoza. Implementation of KM, running a pilot project using Six Sigma model. I'm not sure about the question, but I guess what I can say here, yes. So using this Six Sigma model that you see on the right side of the screen, the define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, KM solutions can be implemented. So I've done it in the past, and it works very, very well. Do you implement this model as an ongoing process or at the start of setting up a game strategy, etc.? Both. It can be both. And that question was from Hamish Tracy. Yes, so it can be done for both. It can, this method can be used for like an ongoing process, but it can also be used from scratch. Like, when there's no game in an organization, you can go and use this model to define the game objectives, to define what kind of solutions are there. And for an existing process, DMAIC works extremely, extremely well, because the entire Six Sigma DMAIC process was developed to improve processes. So Six Sigma DMAIC is a process improvement technique. So it really works very well for both new and existing processes. The next one, what would be 3 key tips to improve the KM adoption in organization? This is by Preet Kamal. Oh, very interesting question. We should understand that unless it's an organization which is using knowledge management as a revenue model, we should understand that knowledge management exists in an organization to help achieve the organization goals. So like I said, it can be either be revenue for a consulting organization, it can be to maximize impact for a development organization, it can be to reduce defects, increase quality, decrease turnaround time. So I would say maybe not 3, but the one thumb rule to use for improving adoption for KM solutions is to make sure that the knowledge management solution is part of the process. It's part of the day-to-day work, because it's very easy for people who are not into knowledge management to think that, oh, knowledge management, that will be taken care by the KM department. But is it? But no. Knowledge management should be made part of everyone's work, everyone's day-to-day work. So things like, exchanging good practices, collaboration, information findability, documenting the information, tagging it in the correct way. Those are very important steps. So I would say the one thumb rule for improving adoption is to make sure that KM is integrated as part of the organization's day-to-day work. Okay, I think those were all the questions. Any other questions that anyone might have? Or any comments or anything else?
There is one on maturity level.
Yes, what would be the best tip for improving maturity from level 1?
Level 1.
Yes, so level 1 is the growing awareness, where we say that there is no knowledge management in an organization, but it is recognized that knowledge management is a challenge and will also be beneficial. So the best tip would be, again, to go step by step. Do not attempt to reach level 5 in 6 months. This takes time. From 1 to 5, it can take anywhere from 3 years to 7 to 8 years to reach there. So the best tip is to, again, like I said, like I gave the answer for the previous question, is to understand the challenges of the organization, understand how can we make people's day-to-day work easier through knowledge management, and then go step by step. And again, the various steps that we just went through in the define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, all these steps are very important to move an organization from level 1 to 5.
Okay. I think that's all the questions we have. Thank you, Kaushik. That was very, I think it's an important part of KM that you covered. And I'm sure the questions show that it was very appreciated. So
Thank you,
thank you. So right now we have a gap for a few minutes until 16:34 when we have the panel. So can I ask you, everybody, please to fill up the feedback form. We really value your comments about how the event went and what could be the improvement. Another form is available online on the events page. So if you could fill that up, have a comfort break, and please visit the booths of the three sponsors, and we'll see you back at 16:34 for the panel, which are all the speakers for the day. So look forward to that. Thank you.
Oh.
Hi, welcome back. And to the last session of the day, we have our panel with Stephanie as the moderator, and we have the speakers for the day. They are just coming in. And I'll just hand it over to you, Stephanie, and the panel is for 30 minutes. So do join in right now. Okay.
Great, thanks. Yeah, are we still expecting one or two more speakers?
Yes, we're still expecting Graham Charlesworth from Pure Insights.
Okay.
And we are, Trevor is here, and we're expecting, no, Kaushik is here.
Okay.
It's only him then.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so to kick the panel off, there's a little poll you should be able to access on the right side. There should be a little button that says polls, and go in there. And I just thought I would get sort of a feeling for how everybody's feeling after 2 days of conference sessions. So pick whichever one sort of suits you there. How are you feeling after 2 days of the conference presentations? Amazing. Where's my clown nose? Amazing. Good, you know, neutral. You know, it was good and you learned some things, but you're not sure your organization's ready. Or are you disappointed? So yeah, fill in what you choose one there, and submit your vote, and let's see how things are doing. I don't know what I need to do to actually see the results. So somebody's going to have to show the results for me. In the meantime, while you're doing that, three of us and hopefully four of us and hopefully five of us, I count myself in that because I spoke today too, are here to talk a little bit about what we're going to take away from the conference and answer questions. So I'm going to flip over the Q&A tab. If anybody's got, I think Doug, you had some questions left in your session, and I just cut the last few minutes of your session. Here we got a question. What essential upskilling should a seasoned KM practitioner pursue to be future ready? In other words, what are going to be the future key drivers for a successful KM system? Shall we? Who wants to take that first? We'll pass that around, and each of us give us a try. Doug?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in with one. I would say employee experience focus. That's really been a shift for us of not just thinking about the knowledge and how it flows, but so much of what we do with knowledge is on an intranet. And so people are going to those intranet pages and they're looking for things and they're interacting on communities. And so wearing that hat of, hey, how do employees or customers interact with this? I think that's going to be an important skill for us as KM professionals as we advance our field. But that junction of employee experience and KM.
Yeah, great. Trevor, Kaushik, who wants to go next?
The way I look at it, the way I look at it is the future. For the last few years, if we look back for the last few years, the future is very unknown to us, a few years before. And to look ahead on the future few years, I guess technology-wise, there's maybe a lot of breakthrough in terms of the AI maturity and the analytic maturity. So I would say as a KM practitioner, we have to keep knowing what's happening, particularly the metaverse and the AI is moving along. How company can adopt those concepts into the practice, I think that is important. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I would support both what Doug and Trevor said. I think it's very important to know the latest technologies that can support KM, but it's, I think, more important to know about the user experience, because I have seen in my experience that we can implement a very jazzy state-of-the-art KM system. If we don't take users into account, if we don't take the KM culture, the culture of the organization into account, it does not work. So, I would also say user experience would be my top priority for any KM implementation.
Okay, great. Graham, we're just doing the first question. What essential upskilling should a seasoned KM practitioner pursue to be future ready? You'd like to share some thoughts on that, or shall I jump in? I am the only one that hasn't gone, so I can answer.
You go next then, Stephanie.
Okay.
I'll come in the end then. Okay,
so I, of course, am going to say I agree with all of you. I think that it's about the person and the experience, the user experience, the employee experience. Culture is a big part of what I'm hearing from people, and of course, I'm going to say helping them deal with the constant change, and that's learning from artists and being creative and bringing a creative practice into KM, and bringing, so the KM professionals need to have an understanding and a grounding in that and a comfort level with that, and not be intimidated by it, because it's a lot of fun. Where's my calendar? It's a lot of fun, and it's great for getting people out of their comfort zones and into thinking differently about problems and situations and things. So so that's where I'm going. Now, Graham, let's see.
Okay, all right. Well, as you know, we're our thing is search. It's all about taking search seriously. And what I would say is that, and I said this right at the beginning of my presentation, is that search is just an incredibly important part of any knowledge management initiative. It always has been, always will be. And so, if you're responsible for a knowledge management initiative project, then you need to have that high on the agenda. And don't let your IT people bully you, okay, into thinking that, mediocrity is acceptable, because it isn't. And we've been involved in lots of knowledge management projects over the years, which I hate to say have failed because search has not been taken seriously, and people get incredibly frustrated with the system to the point where they just stop using it. And it's simply because they can't find what they need. They're used to the Google experience, and they're used to finding everything quickly and easily. And that's what they should expect today. I would say, get it on your agenda. It needs to be super high and set incredibly high standards, and don't let the IT people fool you into thinking that it can't be done, because it can, and it can be done really, really well now. And in the past, they had an excuse because it was incredibly difficult to do. But with the advances in AI technology and cloud computing, we're in a new phase now, and I think it's going to be different, or it can be different going forward if you want it to be.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stephanie, before you go to the next question, you asked about the results from the poll.
Yes.
Yes. If you click on polls, the comments come up there.
It just says, mine says results awaited, so I'm not seeing any results.
Okay, I can read out some of the things that we've got. Here is the comments are amazing, energized, and ready to take my organization's KM activities in a new direction. The second comment is good, but curious.
Those were the choices that I had put in.
Okay, so people haven't put in their... Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the first bit. So people haven't probably put in their answers yet. So
is there a way to publish the results? Is there a button for that? I don't think any of us on the panel have that option.
No, it says submit your vote, but
yeah,
I'll ask Kumar. He knows all about these.
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry, you can go.
No worries. I'll go back to the questions here while we figured the polls out.
Okay.
The next question is, I'm relatively new to the KM industry. How do you all stay in touch with others in a KM community of practice, LinkedIn, forums, events? What's the best way to build a KM community network in the industry? Thank you. There's tons of KM communities around. KMI runs a KM community on Slack. There's KM communities on LinkedIn for sure. There's a SKM community. I forget that Stan Garfield used to run, but I know he doesn't run it anymore. One of you guys know who runs that now?
I don't know who runs it, but that SIKM community was going to be my answer, Stephanie.
Yeah.
That's been around for a long time, and I think it's like an email. It's an old school email discussion thread, but it still works. People ask questions, people respond. The LinkedIn stuff and Facebook stuff, I haven't seen a lot of traction, but that one still works.
Yeah.
You too, Kaushik?
Yeah, it's a very active community,
Yeah.
So rest assured, if you ask a question, you will at least get 2 or 3 answers.
Yeah. Anybody else got any communities they're part of? Oh, okay. I guess I hit them all. The big ones.
I'll just say this. I don't know where to sign up for the SIKM community. I mean, that might be something we could share with the group. But I'll pose this out to the group of, I think we're due for a refresh. I think we need some people who are newer in their KM careers who are willing to be a community ambassador and champion something like this. It's my experience. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but I haven't seen a thriving KM community of KM practitioners in a while. And I think we need that in our industry. I think we should show, KM for KM, sometimes hard to do, but I think if anyone should have a good virtual community, it's us. So maybe someone's willing to step up and either re-energize something that's out there or start something new.
There is
Great
also
need.
the global network for global KM network. I always screw the letters up. That's Moria Levy is president of them. Do you know?
I don't know that one.
Global Network for Knowledge Management. I think it's called GMKM, GNKM, something like that. If I wasn't trying to moderate, I would Google it and find the page. But maybe one of you guys that aren't moderating can do a quick Google and get the name right for me. But and they're an interest. They are global. They're an interesting group. They've been running some training stuff lately. And there was I got connected to a whole bunch of people through that. So they're really trying to create a global KM network. And they do have a group on LinkedIn as well. But yeah, anyway, does anybody else have any other communities? Let's go on to the next question here. If you were new to an organization which was new to KM, what would your first focal point activity be? Graham, you want to tackle that one first?
Sorry, say that again, Stephanie.
If you were new to an organization which was also new to KM, what would your first focal point or first activity be?
Oh gosh, it would probably be, well, two things really. I suppose understanding the information needs of the staff and understanding the information landscape of the company that you work for. So what do people need to do their job? Where is the information that they need? Is it internally? Is it external? And then it's a question of marrying up the two, isn't it? Really, which again is where kind of search can play a part. And I know I would say that, but another thing that I think tends to get overlooked a little bit is tacit knowledge and extracting that from people in a really efficient and scalable way. And again, when I look back over the years, again, at projects we've been involved in, this has been a real challenge, because there's a lot of information in people's heads, which companies are desperately trying to extract, aren't they, before they retire or whatever. And technology has come a long way now. In the past, it was really hard to do that, but it's getting easier through, I don't know, video is a great source of medium, isn't it? And of course, using some of these new cloud-based services that I talked about in my presentation, where you can index video content, that the audio source from that, and then make that searchable so that people can access it at the point of need, at exactly where they need it, things like that. So that's all about information requirements, isn't it? And at the point of need as well. So try and avoid training courses, and empower people, give people the information they need it at the point at which they need it, rather than the old-fashioned way, which is perhaps just pushing them through all these training courses, isn't it, up front? And sometimes you have to do that, but I think what I'm seeing is the trend is almost moving away from that now into giving them the information at the point of need, in whatever form they want, whether it's video or a document or whatever.
Yeah, right. Good. Trevor, any thoughts?
Yeah, as I share in my presentation, the number one thing is to know which stakeholder, what expectation they expect you to play, because different level of group, they have different expectation on the KM initiative. So there's no one size fits all, and looking at the pain points of the stakeholders, and you can starting with the activity over there. There will be a higher chance to getting buy-in and, maybe starting your KM journey from there. That's how I would do it if I were you.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Doug?
Yeah, Trevor, I love that. I think go schedule a couple of interviews with some senior leaders in your organization, find out where their pain points are, and then at the end of that, get their permission to go do some focus groups with some of their staff. A couple weeks, you'll have some really good pain points where you can start and then get some quick wins. Graham, I'm guessing everyone's going to complain about search no matter where we are. So, maybe finding some of those things you can do to tweak the algorithm for the search results or get some additional source included in there. But I think the combination of go talk to some senior leaders and some real users and then figure out 2 or 3 things you can do that don't take a long time. So you get some quick wins on the board and get yourself some brand permission to go some bigger stuff after that.
Great. Thanks. And Kaushik?
Yeah, I think great points made by everyone. So I would also focus on the pain points from a knowledge management standpoint, both from a senior management, also very important from the end users. And I love Doug's approach that always combine the big projects with some quick wins, because I think KM should keep on showing its visibility, showing its benefits on a continuous basis. So yeah, agreed.
Good. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add to that. Start with strategy and talk to people. Next question, similar to question 1, where would you start getting professional certification with KM that is recognized in the industry? Example, university courses, certain industry-specific certificates, etc. Anybody got thoughts about
Maybe KM? I can share from my perspective. I'm also teaching part-time at the university, and I don't think a comprehensive degree for knowledge management will help people going into the actual workplace to be a practitioner, because a lot of time is a combined skill for knowing how to talk to people, communication skill, as well as problem solving, as well as technology solutions. So I'm naming a wide spectrum of disciplines. You mentioned about strategy and also the implementation, and I think it just university just give you the starting point, I would say, to look at the different resources to see how how the world is doing right now. And I love university stuff about future things. So I would say, if you look into the analytic, look into the how gamification, how serious game can transfer knowledge, and those things are very interesting to me, but not the degree itself.
Yeah. Kaushik?
Yeah, I think so. I have not seen like one comprehensive KM certification that sort of covers everything. I think it's important to understand what do you need. For example, like Trevor said, maybe there's a course which talks about artificial intelligence or machine learning. That's something that you might need at that point in time. There might be a course on taxonomy. So I think instead of looking for one single certificate, it would be good to look for specialized courses based on what you are implementing or what you plan to implement in the near future.
Yeah. Great, thanks. And Doug, thoughts?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think I'd agree with everyone else. I've seen organizations that have certificate programs, but I can't say it's really made an impact for me. Like when I'm hiring someone, that I'm going to say, oh, this person has this certification, this person doesn't. Again, personal experience, that hasn't driven me to make that kind of decision. I'm more looking at what kind of experience do you have? Where have you, just sort of jumped in and learned at a company or two about how to do it. I usually tell people, go find a book like Knowledge Management for Dummies or something, a good introduction, and then get a job somewhere and learn on the job more so than a certification. I'm hopeful that maybe there is a good program out there and I'm just not aware of it. But I'll just say from my experience, read a book or two to get the grounding and then go roll up your sleeves and do it in a couple places and attend conferences like this one. I think you'll get more value out of that than pursuing a professional certification.
Graham, thoughts on courses?
There's not a lot I can add really. I sort of agree with everything everyone said here, and I wouldn't profess to be a knowledge management expert, so we're very much on the periphery in terms of what we do. But No, there's nothing I could add that hasn't been said already. I mean, I agree with everything everyone said, by the way.
Yeah, I think you need to look at what your needs are. I don't know that I've ever seen a job advert that said must have any particular KM certification. I know APQC, or at least APQC used to do training, and I say that because I took it when I was at HP 20 years ago. I'm sure it's changed since then. I know KMI has it, Knowledge Management Institute, because I do my Red Hat KM class with them, and so I know they have and they're quite popular. I don't want to plug anybody or not plug anybody. I know there's several master's classes around. Columbia has one. I'm trying to remember, just talking to somebody else. But the university courses tend to be more theoretical, and I do favor, if you're going to take something that's practical. But I've got more value out of conferences that I've attended than any classes that I've ever done. So, yeah, okay.
If I just close that one out, to add to just what you said on the conferences, when I think about where we put our dollars for training and development for our folks, it's conference attendance. So it's coming to things like this and APQC, and KM World. There's some really good conferences. I think in our industry, that's where more of the learning happens versus a professional certification course.
Yeah. Let's see what here. People voting in the poll. The link. Somebody's put in the link to the SAKM community. Thank you for that. Some other links. Thank you for all the links. Somebody has said there's a JISC Male Knowledge Management Forum I was part of creating 5 years ago. Possibly not thriving, but useful. Thank you, Dion Lindsay, for that. Let's see what else we got. Slack, KM community. CILIP, KM and IM group. Thank you for that. I forgot about them. Is AI the future of KM? Is it worth starting to learn about and invest time into now preparing for the future? So is AI the future of KM?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, short answer, yes. I mean, if you came to my presentation, you heard me praise Microsoft for all that they're doing around the KM world. I think what they're doing with Microsoft Viva, of using AI to help surface subject matter experts and content, I think that's the future of KM in large organizations. Personally, our team thinks so too. We've spent a lot of time as a research project to learn about it, do some pilots. My dogs like it, as you can see. But yeah, I do think AI is the future, whether it's from a chatbot perspective or from a content management standpoint. But websites, I'm an emphatic yes on that one.
I'll let somebody else go. And then I'm going to close it out with my no, why I'm no. But
okay, yeah. Awesome.
So who else wants to? Graham?
Well, I mean, again, coming back to the importance of search in a knowledge management initiative. Search and AI has merged. Those two technologies have merged, and those who saw my presentation earlier about Google and what that does today, how it does what it does, it's through the use of AI technology. No, I think we could do things today with search we could not do in the past, not that long ago either. And there's another good reason why I think a knowledge management initiative today, started in 2022, should be a lot more successful than one that was, hatched 10 years ago or even 5 years ago, because of the use of AI technology.
Okay, good. Kaushik?
Yes, I mean, totally agreed. I would also say emphatic yes to this question. And like both Graham and Doug said, there are new technologies that have come over the last 2 years. Maybe we should thank the pandemic for that. People had enough time to sit and develop these new technologies. But yes, I think as an organization grows, the knowledge and the information grows exponentially. and AI is the solution to that. So yes, it's the future of care.
Okay, and Trevor?
Yeah, I have some reservations, but not about the technology, because we all know that if you want to make the AI work, you need to provide lots of data. So if today you did not plan to have the data capture, and for at least a few years, so it won't happen. Like, because your operation is very specific to yourself, and if you are using the old way looking at how you do things, then the AI can only provide you with certain whatever data you have. And a good example is the machine that I was sharing in my talk. The machine it's just a machine. The way people still need to carry the items from A to B, and if that is not done properly, so how can you teach a robot to do it? Because there's no data helping them. So in order to have the integration between the technology and the human aspect of it, I think the next role for knowledge management consultant or knowledge management practitioner is to see how to integrate, strategically with the human side, capturing the data for the future use of the AI. So this is how I see. Sorry guys, I couldn't.
No, well said.
No, indeed, well said. Because if we don't get to the root of the problem, the best AI solution also won't work. So yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yep. And I'm glad somebody was kind of on my side. I am going to say no. That it's not the future, because I think, as Trevor alluded to, knowledge is human. And if we don't take care of the humans, then it doesn't matter what the technology is. Technology is not going to go away. It's an important tool, but that's all that it is a tool. And if we need to take care of the humans and the human aspect of it and help them to continue to create knowledge. Because if you don't create knowledge, then there's no knowledge to manage. And I think I'm going to leave it there before I get into too much more trouble. And I think we're just about at the end of time anyway, aren't we, Deirdre?
No more questions, in fact.
There's no more questions. I'm assuming everybody's happy. I don't know. Oh, we got our polls back.
Yes, sorry. I was coming back to tell you that if you click on the polls, you see the polls. And as there are no more questions, I think we can wrap up now.
Yeah. So we've got amazing and good and neutrals, a few neutrals. Excellent. I'm glad everybody
thought
had a
so
good
too. Thank you. Okay. So thank you, Stephanie, for getting everybody to come out with their opinions and comments. I think it was a very good session. And so we thank you all for this session and all the speakers for the 2 days. And everyone at Unicom comes out to thank you. And for the delegates, I hope you had a good 2 days, and the polls show that it was good. So we're feeling energized too. So we look forward to seeing you at our next event. And thank you from everyone at Unicom. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye.